Ni hao, welcome back to the 2026 coverage of the Xiaomi China GT Championship, Day 2, Race 2.
欢迎大家来到我们小米 China GT 第2回合的比赛。
Shanghai International Circuit plays host once again to the fantastic battle in the GTS and GTC categories. They'll be going hell for leather. Time to take some risks and go for glory.
昨天的比赛已经很刺激了，所以我们一起来期待今天的 GTS 和 GTC 组别的比赛吧。
Expect the unexpected. We're certainly going to get that over the course of the next 56 minutes plus one racing lap that we get for race 2 this weekend here at Shanghai International Circuit for the Xiaomi China GT Championship. Jake Sanson here in the commentary box position, getting ready as our drivers are ready to venture forth. Harmony Racing Ferrari back on pole position. Once again, the 610 Racing Porsche squadron are behind them. It'll be a fascinating challenge as we get ourselves ready for the second encounter of the weekend. Very close racing yesterday. The top 3 drivers in the final reckoning covered by a quarter of a second with post-pit stop penalties added. So it really is going to be very difficult to decipher who's going to be where. For those unfamiliar with the Shanghai International Circuit, here it is. Founded and took ground in 2004. It actually opened just a short while before that. And the first ever Grand Prix held in China on this circuit back in 2004. Fabulous race circuit, an amazing battle awaiting us here on the circuit that's really suited and really ideal for GT racing. It's been a very successful weekend across the board, not just for the China GT Championship, but also for the sporting races, Toyota Gazoo Racing and F4 China. In fact, there's only one driver in the entire weekend of the female contingent, and that is Betty Chen, who has not secured silverware across all of the competitions. We had Shi Wei taking a class podium just a few moments ago in Toyota Gazoo Racing, taking 3rd position overall when she did in F4 China yesterday. More on that story in a bit. Let's go down to the grid and find T. Where are you, buddy?
欢迎大家再一次来到我们2026小米中国超级跑车锦标赛第2回合 GTC GTS 组别的直播现场，我是本次现场的主持人小 T。那么现在呢，在我身后的就已经是 GTC GTS 赛车已经准备待发了。我们现在身边首先这一台啊，已经是昨天就拿到全场冠军的车主。我们来一个简单的一个采访，小鹏。 今天有外放，所以声音很嘹亮。那昨天呢，你们车组也是非常顺利的完成了比赛，但对于今天来说，因为后面已经没有后顾之忧了，今天你们会不会放得更开一些？
我今天会做得更好。
好，那对于今天的一个比赛，包括身后还是一样，很多610，包括其他车队会对你们紧追不舍。从长距离的一个配速上面来讲，你们觉得现在296的它的优势在哪里呢
？296的优势在于它有足够多的下压力，同时呢，它也有足够强大的直线优势，所以说我们可以在这样一个大赛道上面，在直道上面占据优势，会拉开差距，所以我会充分利用这一点，尽可能保持住我们的这个第1的位置。
好的，谢谢，也祝你们比赛顺利。 好，我们再来到隔壁啊，这同样的第1排发车，但是因为我们这一次是一个 rolling start 的一个情况，所以呢，在发车的阶段，我们的内侧和外侧，其实我们可以看到黄色的车是在1号弯的内线，那它其实是一个杆位领跑的一个阶段。那我们现在来到29号车组旁边，那现在车手应该是马上就要开始戴上头盔，不好意思，要戴上头盔要准备了。麻烦采访一下，English or Chinese？
英文都可以。
哦，英文哦，那我中文吧。好，那因为马上就要比赛了，其实也是在第1排发车的一个位置。那你旁边是一台296，那296它相对来说应该直道会有更多的一个优势。那从车队的一个策略上面的考虑，那这一个长距离你们有什么制定特别的策略吗
？700码对425码，挺好玩的，就在弯上抓他们吧。
好，那因为马上比赛开始，也祝你们比赛顺利。好，那我们还有一点点时间，我们继续的再来往后看一下。那包括呢，因为现在的一个天气的情况跟昨天相比，天气温度是比较低的，现在只有一个21度，而现在的空气湿度差不多在60%左右。那我们所以呢，在这样的一个天气情况之下，对于赛车它不管是进气还是它动力来说是比较友好的。但是对于现场的观众，我希望大家记得穿好长袖。那么因为在有太阳和没有太阳的情况之下呢，那温差还是比较大的，也是希望大家在现场看比赛的时候注意保暖，然后让我们一起享受我们今天的一个比赛。好了，我们再次把我们的现场画面交回到我们的直播间。
T, good to hear from you, buddy, and it's going to be a fantastic race battle. Good to hear from the front row men, Huang Xiaofeng and Roy Tang, the Harmony Racing Ferrari and the 610 Racing Porsche. Slight BOP adjustment going into this one, just the BMW M4 GT4 Evo affected, only a slight error, or a slight change, I should say, in the minimum ride height of the front and rear of the car. That's the only change in GTC and GTS. There is obviously going to be some weight differences in GT3, but we'll talk about that when it's relevant to do so. Just before we started chatting down with T on the grid, I pointed out that the women this weekend have had a fantastic time at Shanghai International Circuit. If Betty Chen comes up with a podium in her class in the GT3 race later, then every single woman this weekend has scored some silverware. We'll talk about that in a minute. For now, though, here's the starting grid. Harmony Ferrari versus 610 Porsche at the front of the grid. That's going to be a fabulous challenge down to turn one. Then it's 610 Racing all the way for the Lone Ranger Yan Shuang alongside Liu Chao, who will start the bid for the 993 Porsche. Then it is the 027 Boutique Garage by Z-Speed team. Jiang Nan will take the start. Alongside the all-girls squad, 610 Racing's Christy Zhu will take the start. Hannah Burton alongside her. Then in 7th on the grid, it is the Crab Lady Racing Team BJ squad alongside the 610 Racing number 77. And rounding up the top 10, it's an all Toyota Gazoo Racing China, row 5, with Wang Mohan alongside Huang Qisheng. 11th on the starting grid, it is Moritz Berenberg in the Maxmore WNS Motorsport car. He won the GTS AM category yesterday. Jing Zhifeng for Racing Team BJ alongside in P12. 13th on the grid, it is the KRC BMW. Ron Kufan is going to be starting the race alongside Ethan Ho. And then Huang He in the Pointer, number 56, is next up. Racing Panda, it'll be Che Xiaoyi who starts the race in front of Gaha Racing's Hu Ha Huang. And it'll be Chen Shigang who shares the Gaha car. The DTM Racing Machine of Liu Qi, the 810, is going to be 17th on the grid alongside Yu Rao, the Lone Ranger in the Toyota Gazoo Racing China number 7. And then the SDR of Liu Zhen alongside the Ultimate Racing Machine, Zhang Wenyan, to finish off the top 20. Climax Racing number 6 is next up. That is Wu Hankai sharing the car with Mathieu Detry. And then, of course, 22nd on the grid will be the Revex Racing BMW of Wang Yimin. Then we'll have the CRS car of Liang Qi going off 23rd on the grid alongside the Star Cars Mercedes. Ouyang Zhenhui will start the race. 25th on the grid for Tian Weiyan. And then alongside will be Liu Yiqin in the 326 racing car. And bringing up the rear, car number 27 in the field, the Emo Racing Machine of Zhang Rushi to start. Liang Qinlin will be alongside. She bagged a class podium yesterday, as did every single woman in the weekend, and that's including the F4 China and Toyota Gazoo Racing operations. We've just come off the back of a Toyota Gazoo Racing battle where we saw Tidu, also known as Shi Wei, come up with a class podium after watching Liu Yu, Nana as she is known, go from 15th on the grid to win the race outright. So a fantastic work from her. In the GTC and GTS races yesterday, Christine Liang, or Liang Qinlin, actually came second in the Pro-Am category of GTS yesterday on her debut. And we also had a podium finishing class in GTC Pro-Am for Christy Zhu and Hannah Burton. So they came up with a second place finish. After Samantha Tan won the victory in the AM category of GT3 yesterday, the only woman all weekend who has yet to pick up some silverware is Betty Chen. And after what she did last year, there's every chance she'll do that this afternoon. Slightly sunnier conditions even than we had yesterday. The sun is trying to push through the clouds after some mild drizzle this morning. So it's great to see that all of the competitors are ready to go for another battle. Not much to talk about in terms of the BOP change and balance from race 1 to race 2. Only the ride height adjustment of the BMW M4 to talk about. There is the beautiful Xiaomi SU7 Ultra safety car. The first real key that we are going to see Xiaomi making proper production performance cars very soon indeed. There's a lot of enthusiasm and excitement from Xiaomi, hence their sponsorship of the championship this year. They really want to make some big guns come forward from this brand, so expect them to continue their amazing work over the next few years. Good to see you all. Hope you're all ready to tune in. It's the GTC and GTS race right now, the GT3 race, which features all of the international competitors that we've got on the grid, including the superstar from China, Wang Yibo. That will be coming up after this race. Big excitement in this one, though. We've got some international flavour in this race, of course, as well. We've got the Japanese star Hannah Burton. We've got the Singaporean Roy Tang. We have the Belgian Mathieu Detry. We have two drivers from Chinese Taipei. There is the YU7 medical car from Xiaomi. We also have Ethan Ho and Sean Shang, both of Chinese Taipei. And we have the German Moritz Berenberg and the British driver Georgi Dimitrov, who comes over from winning the Lamborghini Super Trofeo European Prime Championship last year and having previously been a winner in Ginetta Juniors and the F4 British Championship. So the competitors getting themselves ready for the second race of the weekend in the GT Cup and GT Sport categories. And they are so oversubscribed in 2026 that we've actually had to split them up from the GT3 race. So fans keeping an eye on number 85, you'll get them later in the day, because it will be GT3 racing where Wang Yibo and all of the others, including Andy Dung and Bob Yuan, who did such a fantastic job yesterday. That race will be taking place later, but at the moment it is Ferrari versus Porsche at the front end of the field in the GTC and GTS races. Thumbs up and fingers crossed for all the drivers. It was a bit of a chaotic race yesterday. A few safety cars and a few yellow flag periods, which then concluded and culminated in a 3-car finish after the penalties were applied. Only a quarter of a second separating everybody at the finish line. Very impressive indeed. But what are we going to get today? As we keep saying, you just never know with the Xiaomi China GT Championship. Wang Jiaofeng on the front row of the grid alongside Roy Tang, then Yan Chuan and Liu Chao, Jiang Nan and Christy Zhu from Yizhi and Tianzhu, and then Huang Rohan and Huang Qisheng in the Toyotas on the 5th row of the grid from Moritz Berenberg and Jing Shifeng, Run Qunfan and Huang He from Che Xiaoyi and Hu Huang, and then it is Liu Zi and Yu Rao. There is Hannah Burton getting herself ready to go alongside Christy Zhu. They got a podium in class yesterday on her debut in GTs and on her debut on this circuit, so very impressive from Hannah Burton. Her teammate Christy Zhu is starting in the number 53 Porsche for Team 610 Racing on 6th on the grid. This is going to be a very tough race because the AM drivers are going first now. So let's see how the drivers get up to starters' orders. Race 2, the slower of the two drivers will always start. They come off the final turn. They will go down the main straight. And when the lights go out, we'll be racing for the second time this weekend in the Xiaomi China GT Championship for GTC and GTS. Let's race at Shanghai! Great start from Roy Tang, already drawing level with Wang Xiaofeng down to the first corner, but the Ferrari has got a superb launch. It's now going to be about Roy Tang. Can he commit round the outside of the Ferrari and be brave? He's certainly got a nose in front, but he's got the wider trajectory. If he can keep it alongside the Ferrari on the run to the next apex, he'll have the inside line, but the Ferrari chops across on Roy Tang. No way you're going to get through now. He runs wide, and Roy Tang surely will have the inside line, but he won't have the traction. He manages to get through to the inside line, though, and Roy Tang hits the front in the 610 Racing Porsche. The Harmony Ferrari a little bit over-eager and running deep in turn 3. Up the inside, that's a big launch for the treble 6 of Jiang Nan. So Jiang Nan goes up into 4th position, making the move on Liu Chao. Great start and fantastic racing already, as the Ferrari has already been vanquished by Roy Tang. The 610 Racing car has got through. Now it's up to see if Yan Chuang can make his move on the Ferrari, as meanwhile we've got the comeback of Liu Chao as he tries to take back Jiang Nan for P4. So the drivers working their way through on the first lap. There's only one task on this lap. Keep it clean. Do not get into silly shenanigans on the first lap. You cannot win the race on the opening lap, but you can definitely lose it. So they've just got to keep themselves together. A couple of the drivers still trying to get heat into the tyres. That was Huang Qisheng trying to get the Toyota Gazoo racing car warm up. Treble 6, Jiang Nan going side by side with the 77 of Tianzhu. What a debut Tianzhu is having this weekend. He's got ahead of 53 Christy Zhu, and now he's making a very impressive impact on this race. But then again, he is, of course, learning from Rainy He, so you couldn't really get a better teacher in China. Side by side, Tianzhu committing to the move on the hairpin on the first lap on the inside of Jiang Nan. Is this going to be a good move? Not good enough. But Jiang Nan's going to go long and wide. So Tianzhu has forced the error. You'd think it would be the other way round, but Tianzhu has really backed the treble 6 of Jiang Nan into a corner, and he's made the error, not Tianzhu. So across the line to complete the first lap, Roy Tang leads the way for 610 Racing. Wang Xiaofeng, Yan Chuang, Li Chao, Tianzhu, Jiang Nan and Christy Zhu. Very good start already. We've got Moritz Berenberg now trying to challenge the BMW. This is going to be an interesting one. Porsche around the outside. Oh, Moritz Berenberg full of gusto this morning, but Jing Shifeng is able to bounce back. So So Jing Shifeng is not going to be pushed around by Moritz Berenberg. Watch out for the Toyota. That's Yu Rao right in behind Moritz Berenberg. An incredible lap from Yu Rao, who's really forced his way up the order amongst the other Toyotas, who are now in 8th and 9th. You're going to see a lot of variations in speed now because, of course, the AM drivers are anywhere between 5 to 7 seconds a lap apart from each other. That's where the strategy comes in, and then when the faster drivers get into the car later, we'll see some proper catch-ups and comeback trails. But it's so much more obvious to the eye in GTC and GTS this year because they're not sharing the grid with the GT3s. So a very tricky race to predict how this is going to go. But Moritz Berenberg already trying to take on Jing Shifeng. And that, of course, is for the top spot in GTS, although it is the Toyota 1-2 that we've got at the moment. So the Toyota is having a sensational run of it at this present moment in time. It is currently Huang Qisheng who leads the way from his teammate Huang Rohan, who of course is on triple duty this weekend. He's not just competing in GTS, he's not just competing in GT3, but he also just got out of the car in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Cup of China. So 3 races back to back. So through they come again down the main straight. 77 again on the inside line. Tianxu trying to make the move on Liu Chao. And is he going to try the same trick twice? Well, he does, but Liu Chao is not going to fall victim to it. So through they come again. Great to get your comments and your questions. Jacob Caswell wants to know, when did GTC turn away from GT3? Well, for this season, there are so many GT3 teams and so many GTC and GTS teams, Jacob, that we cannot run them all on the same track at the same time. They've had to be separated. We had 28 teams in GTC and GTS and 29 teams in GT3. So now they've got separate races. It's wonderful to have this problem, but it means we get 4 races rather than 2 now. So we are spoilt rotten in Xiaomi China GT nowadays. So Tianxu really trying to step up the attack on his teammate, don't forget, Liu Chao. He's not just racing anybody, he's actually going up against his stablemate. And you know what they say in motorsport, the one thing you can do with your teammate is race them. The one thing you can't do with your teammate is have contact with them. You do not want to hit each other. So Tianxu doing a grand job, trying to put the 993 Liu Chao under pressure. A new face in the China GT Championship this year, Tianxu, but I have a feeling he's going to be very well known by the end of the season. Certainly making a big impact here. Everybody develops and learns at a different rate. Some people can just jump straight into a GTC car and be competitive. Oh, that's so close as they come through. The teammates nearly touching, but Tianxu has the wisdom and the foresight to know that if he kept that side by side, there was going to be an impact. Now he takes his move a corner later. That is very smart from a novice, I have to say. Tianxu really stepping up the attack. Now car number 7 gaining an advantage off track at turn 3 is noted by the officials. That's Yu Rao. So that's going to be interesting. I'm not sure whether that could end up being a penalty later, as Roy Tang is is being closed by Huang Xiaofeng. We're going to see a replay of what happened. Are we going to see the 7 Toyota fly off the road? Oh, we're going to see some contact. That was close. We're going to see it again from another angle. That's the Star Cars Mercedes getting a little bit too eager on the inside of Liu Sen of the SDR. That is as close as you can get to having a major accident without actually having one. So out in first, it is still Roy Tang from Huang Xiaofeng, but only half a second between the 610 Racing Porsche and the Harmony Ferrari up front. There it is, the 2 cars very close together. So still they run in close proximity. But how close is it going to get? Because we've still got the faster drivers coming up later. This is all down to Huang Xiaofeng in the Ferrari. He's got to try and keep close to Roy Tang as much as possible, put him under pressure. Maybe he can coax a mistake, but it is going to be tricky because we already saw yesterday how tight it is when you get penalties for overlapping your pit stop, or undercutting your pit stop, I should say, even by a second and a half or so. So it's never easy to know how it's going to play out. This is the winning car from yesterday. They crossed the line first, but then they had a penalty of 1.8 seconds, so we thought it would be the car behind them that would take the victory. But in second place was actually another car that got penalised, and they had an 0.8 of a second penalty. So by the time it all sorted itself out, the Harmony Ferrari had been the winner of the race, but the top 3 cars were covered by just a quarter of a second. That's never happened before, certainly never 3 cars to a quarter of a second. That's the kind of race result that you get in the Indy 500, never mind in China GT. Hang on a minute, has the Ferrari got a problem? They've dropped back quite a way on this lap. Wang Xiaofeng has suddenly dropped quite a few car lengths back from the 610 Racing Porsche. I wonder if that was a slight issue there on that sector, whether they missed a gear or whether there's a problem brewing. Worth keeping an eye on. The pit stop window is coming up, of course, in the next 15 minutes. So if they have a problem before that, then there really is going to be some difficulties. But out through the final turn, Roy Tang still leading the way. The Singaporean in the 610 Racing Porsche ahead of Wang Xiaofeng in the Harmony Ferrari. They took the victory yesterday, of course. Wang Xiaofeng raced in the Formula 4 Chinese Masters last year. Very different car, this. On the 29 of Roy Tang, Porsche Carrera Cup Asia winner earlier this year, has won in the Lotus Cup China this year and last year. So both very talented men at the front end of the field. The Ferrari just doesn't quite seem to have the stability of the Porsche at the moment. So we're going to see how it continues. Still a fascinating run for them all. That's the BMW having a nice little challenge in the background. That's the 58. That is the KRC machine of Ran Kanfan. As Yu Rao tries to run right round the outside, I could see exactly what he was going for there. But the BMW was large and in charge in the first apex. So not a lot really that Yu Rao could do to respond to that, except just let it happen. Turn 2 incident involving 56 and treble 1 noted. That is, of course, Huang He, the KS by Pointer driver, and the treble 1 of Liu Sen. So that's a different car to the Star Cars Mercedes, I think. So Huang He in the 56. Oh, that was the Pointer Mercedes that actually had the contact rather than the Star Cars machine. My apologies to Ouyang Zhenwei. I was not you involved in that one. I apologize. So there's a little bit of a gap still between these two. It's getting tense at the front end of the field, isn't it? I'm on telly. Don't think she was expecting to be the core moment on the screen there. Roy Tang ahead of Wang Xiaofeng. Huang looks like he's better poised. Will he go for it in the hairpin? Commits to the move. Stop the car! Stop the car from travelling! The back end kicks out, and Roy Tang is prepared for it, but the Ferrari's got grunt off the corner. Has the inside line for the turn. Roy Tang can commit to the racing line and try and back it out of the final turn and get another sprint in, but he had to back off the throttle to avoid clipping the rear of the Ferrari. And so Wang Xiaofeng has got it done. Great racing from the Ferrari driver. And Roy Tang has to concede defeat and go for it again. Half a second between them as they came through, but Roy Tang had a great chance to take the lead back, but he was thwarted by the position of the Ferrari off the turn. He had the momentum, but he had to get off the throttle. Track limits, first warning for Moritz Berenberg. That's not like him. It is a little bit greasy out there on the course because there was a little bit of rain this morning, and when I say little, I mean light to damp blattering. It really wasn't particularly heavy at all. So it's a slightly bit greasier than it was yesterday. Wang Xiaolun getting himself ready to get behind the wheel of the Ferrari. Car number 7 is actually under investigation now for gaining an advantage off track at turn 3. So Yu Rao could be in some serious trouble here. So I wonder if there's going to be a penalty applied at his pit stop. And don't forget, he's already got a penalty applied at his pit stop because he's the only driver in that car. So he'll take a handicap in the pit stop. If there's only one driver to the car, they have to serve a longer pit stop than those with 2 cars to keep it fair and even for the rest of the field. But incredibly, no safety cars yet, touch wood. 12 minutes in, and it's a lot cleaner and a lot smarter than it was yesterday. I wonder if the race officials reminded the drivers after yesterday, you've got to be a little bit more sensible. So through they come again. The Harmony Racing Ferrari leading the 610 Racing Porsche number 29 of Roy Tang. And the 610 Racing crew are actually in 3rd, 4th and 5th at the moment. But it's very even on pace at the moment. The best lap time is the Harmony Ferrari, a 2-minute 4.4. Roy Tang with a 2-minute 5.0. And then everybody else's are either in the 206s, 207s or 208s. But there is a big difference in the AM drivers by comparison to the pro drivers, or the more AM drivers, AM plus drivers, I should really say. Oh, we've got a smoking Porsche. Something's not gone well for the number 10. That is a problem for Zhang Ruxi in the Emo racing car. Definitely got some damage at the rear of the car. I wonder if that's an oil leak. But certainly it does look as though we may not get a repeat podium for the Emo racing team of Zhang Ruxi and Lang Xinlin. That would be a real shame, because Christine Liang did a great job yesterday. 5-second penalty to Yu Rao, I should say. So 5-second penalty added to the number 7 Toyota Gazoo. That was kind of expected, really. So that's a penalty going their way, rather sadly. Still looking good for Wang Yang and Roy Tang, even if they haven't got the victory nailed overall, to at least get the class victory in the Porsche Cup race. But obviously you want to win the race overall if you can. There is the 977. That is the Origin 7 racing car of Tian Weiyuan. He had a very short race yesterday. His stint only lasted a lap and a half, after taking over the car from the British driver Georgi Dimitrov, who you'll get to see out in the second half of the race again. So other than the 5-second time penalty for Wang Xiaofeng, for the number 7, Yu Rao. Sorry, I gave all of the Harmony Racing fans a bit of a turn there. That was my fault. I was looking at one part of the timing screen and talking about something else, so I got confused. Apologies. Anyway, we've got the 28, the Star Cars Mercedes, currently battling away with the 521. That's the BMW, the Revex car of Wang Yimin. So Ouyang Shenwei trying his best to get away from Wang Yimin. Lian Qi is next up as well in the Auto Garage by CRS car. And then we've got Liu Yichin and Hua Qi. It just points out, doesn't it, that there are battles all the way through, not just at the front end of the field. And everyone is going to be mixing it. There's about a 10-second discrepancy between the fastest time from the top spot and the fastest time from the lower spot. In fact, no, I apologise, it's actually a 12-second discrepancy. Once the faster drivers get in the cars later, it's probably only going to be about 4 seconds variation in lap time. With the amateur drivers who are still learning, there is about 12 seconds between them all in terms of one-lap pace. So it's about who makes up the most time in the latter stages. Certainly at the moment looking strong in this battle. That is Wu Hankai, who has suddenly been caught. And there is the KTM Crossbow, going very well indeed this time. Looking certainly a lot stronger than yesterday. Looking back over the start then, pretty close indeed on the run to the first corner between Huang Xiaofeng and Roy Tang. Roy Tang thought he had the edge for a brief moment around the outside. He had a little bit more confidence, a little bit more commitment than the Ferrari. But it was that little chop across in the inside apex. Watch this, Roy Tang round the outside of the yellow Ferrari. And when we join back to the far side of the shot, just watch. He's on the outside. He's got the inside for the next apex, but it's all about where the Ferrari positions himself. He drives across the inside apex, then kicks out wide because he's changed his racing line. And that's enough for Roy Tang. Slips back up the inside line. Thank you. I'll have that. And that was obviously a very good moment indeed for the 610 racing crew. They were very happy. Now, I didn't quite see what happened to the number 7, unfortunately, because obviously he got a penalty for gaining time. Whoa, that didn't go well. That's why we had the KRC BMW losing a bit of ground initially. That was Run Kanfan, and that's the beautiful move that we saw from Tianzhu. And then he obviously got ahead, not just of Jiang Nan, but also Liu Chao. And here's that battle we saw between the Ferrari and the Porsche. Big first dive. Porsche gets the run. Now, I want to see the second corner. This is the interesting bit, because the 610 Racing Porsche going into this left-hander has the speed on the Ferrari. Watch. He has to back out of the throttle. Ferrari turns in. Porsche's got the switchback and the faster line, but he has to bail on the brake. You saw that little blip of the brake light. So they could have got the lead back again there in the 610 Porsche, but they had to bail, and that was because of Huang Xiaofeng's very careful placement through the corner. Des Renee wants to know, did all the cars from yesterday get fixed? I can tell you that all but one of them has actually been fixed today. Sadly, one of them has not taken the start. But as for all of the other cars in the race, they are still running as normal. I will try and make a note as to who it is that did not take the restart. But when you've got 27 cars to work through, and you've got a race going on at the same time, it's not always easy to keep up with who's in and who's out. But essentially, we've got all but one of the cars restarting. And there were a couple of teams that I noticed when I arrived at 7:30 this morning, a few teams that actually shipped in what we call a donor car. That's when you've got a spare car in the factory. You can ship it in and basically cannibalize it, so you can take pieces off the car that's the same spec and put it into the current race car. So we've got a nice little battle of the Beamers. This is Jing Jifeng trying desperately to hold on in front of Run Kunfan. This is the BJ Racing Team and the KRC BMW. And speaking of repairs, you can tell that the red BMW in front has had a lot of extensive repair work to the left side because the door doesn't match the rest of the car. You can see it there as we go past, and you'll see it in the next apex. The 57, the red BMW, hang a minute, mate, that's not your door. As long as it fits, it's okay, and it works. As Run Kunfan looks for the move, out of the hairpin, up to the left-hander, round the outside, will that be finished off? He left enough space, well done. Overtakes, gets the move, but makes sure there's space for the car inside. So all going well at the moment. That was a very nice move from Run Kunfan. We're about to get the pit window opening as well, so it's well timed to get a little bit of breathing space, but he's got quite a bit of catching up to do to get close to Moritz Berenberg, who's got his eyes firmly fixed on the Toyotas up front. Can Berenberg take on the might of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team? They kind of fell by the wayside yesterday a little bit, but Berenberg was able to get them sorted in the second part, in the second stint, I should say, so we'll see if he's got the guts to go and do it again. Look at the gap that Huang Xiaofeng has pulled on Roy Tang in the last couple of laps. They were only a half a second between each other, and suddenly Huang Xiaofeng has been able to pull out a decent amount of time. I think there was a mistake from Roy Tang, because on the last lap they lapped almost to the thousandth of a second identical. So I think Roy Tang must have made a mistake somewhere, and that's what's dropped him back. But 3 seconds might be enough to be relatively comfortable going into the pit stop window. But we've seen it before. Just because you've got a minimum stop doesn't mean you're going to stay there for the minimum. Something could happen. You may need to stay there longer. Roy Tang needs to be careful. He doesn't drop it into the gravel. We saw a couple of incidents like that yesterday. Now that I think about it, I'm trying to figure out if it might be the Supra that ended up not starting this one. I will actually double check that the 910 Toyota GR Supra is in the field or not, and I can tell you that actually the only car that is not in the race today is the SpongeBob SquarePants 910 DTM Racing Toyota Supra. That was the only car that was too damaged to get repaired. So the 514 just in front, that is Liu Yichin in the 326 Racing Team car. I watched the team work on that this morning. BMWs are still at it, because I don't think Jing Jifeng has taken very kindly to Run Kunfan getting ahead of him, both in the same cars, but two different teams, so they are going to be absolutely at each other. So let's see if they're going to have another duel between the two of them. Track limits, first warning for Yan Shuang, the man who's on his own in the number 27 at 610 Racing Porsche, running in third place. He was going to be sharing the car with Bao Jinlong, but the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia winner over the last 2 years, who is actually racing in the championship again this year, he has another commitment, sadly, so Bao Jinlong had to pull out of the weekend. So it leaves the 38-year-old from Hebei, Yan Shuang, who reviews cars for a living. He's got over 4 million followers on Weibo and over 2 million on Douyin. Go and have a follow. He makes some fantastic content, but he's currently running in third place. There is the battle for the GTS category. Wang Rohan, 315, leads the way. 21, Huang Qisheng, second. And third, 927 in the Porsche. That's Moritz Berenberg. And then back down the straight, we've got more from the GTS category. It's the BMWs of Run Kunfan in fourth and Jing Jifeng in fifth, although they are 11th and 12th overall. That's what I love about GT racing. You've got battles within battles. So a very unusual situation here, as the leader is about to come up to lap the back of the field, and in fact has already lapped Liu Yichin in the 326 Racing Audi before the pit stop window. That tells you the difference between the fastest car and the slowest car. So fascinating to see how it's all played out. And still they battle down the back straight. Coming towards us, the 6 Climax Porsche of Wuhan Kai, the 28. That is the Star Cars Mercedes of Ouyang Jiming. Wang Yimin in the 5-2-1. Diving up the inside. That's late! Goodness me, that was a mistake. That was not meant to be an overtaking move from Huang He. But he got very late on the brakes indeed there, and suddenly almost ended up veering into the side of Wang Yimin. And through goes the Harmony Ferrari to lap the KTM crossbow of Liang Qi. And that was a very near miss indeed for Huang He. He almost ended up having a nightmare accident. Just missed his braking point by about maybe a couple of meters at the most. It's very easily done. So there is the race leading Harmony Ferrari of Huang Xiaofeng. Wang Xiaofeng is your leader in the Ferrari 296 Challenge car. Very different to adapt to driving this car compared to driving in the Chinese Formula 4. And the Ferrari driver really taking things in his stride. And of course, now that they're in the traffic, this is going to be quite a pinch moment. Again, Wang He just leaves his braking a little bit too late and has to convert it into an attempt at an overtake. That's the problem. If you miss your braking point by even half a meter or so, you've got to be careful because you don't want to spear into the side of the car in front of you. And Roy Tang is able to get through the traffic without incident. Pit window is now open. So we're going to get the pit stops. Drivers will come in, get out, and hand over to their colleague. And through the traffic, Roy Tang has actually been able to gain quite a bit of ground here on the Harmony Ferrari. So the Singaporean, Roy Tang, is certainly not going to wait around for a second opportunities. As through goes Wang Xiaofeng on the 6 Climax Porsche of Wuhan Kai. That's the difference between a Porsche 911 GT3R and a 911 GT3, a 911 GT3 Cup car compared to a Porsche 718 Cayman. That's the difference between the two cars. So with the pit window open, everybody's racing to the pits to try and get their pit stop done. Hello, what are we about to keep an eye on here? That's Moritz Berenberg flying off the road in 3rd place, trying to chase down the Toyotas. Well, that's not going to help Moritz. Got away with it. We're going to see another replay. This is Jiang Nan. He's also going to find the gravel. This is no time for sandcastles, boys. Sort that out later. As into the pits immediately comes the Harmony Ferrari. So no waiting around. The first lap of the pit stop window, they're in. Several other cars coming in as well. We've got the Origin 7 car. Tian Weiyun is going to hand over to Georgi Dimitrov. The DTM are in. The Ultimate Racing's in. The Climax is in. KS by Pointer, RevX, CRS. A lot of these drivers will go early on the pit stops rather than late on the pit stops window because you want the best chance of taking the victory, so you want the faster driver out on the circuit for as long as possible. So you've got to make sure that you stay under the minimum mandatory time. Baguia wants to know, how long is the pit stop period? No, it's not quite 10 minutes. It's not quite like Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil, when they stay in for about 6 to 8 minutes, depending on the race duration. But in this category, they have a minimum mandatory, and then there is a handicap system on top, depending on what class they're in, what experience levels they have. And of course, if you've only got one driver in the car, you add another 10 seconds to your pit stop time. But you've got to stay under the minimum mandatory, and the minimum mandatory covers coming into the pits, stationary, and going out of the pits. So it's really difficult to calculate. So they've got to make sure they stay within that time. Drivers heading back out onto the circuit. As long as they stay under the minimum mandatory, then it's okay. It's around 80 seconds or so for most of the crews. There are some that can go a little bit less than that, but it works out being just over a minute or so for the pit stops total. Berenberg gets out right in front of the Harmony Ferrari, which of course is no longer in the lead, but when they come back out onto the circuit, they'll obviously filter back in, and everybody else will take a pit stop as well, of course. Into the pit stop comes the 993. That's Liu Chao, and Jiang Nan has come in. So too has Christy Zhu in the background to hand over to Hannah Burton. So out onto the circuit. This is going to be exciting between the treble 6 and the 993. They're going to be having a great battle. Out of the car gets Christy Zhu. You did a great job, mate. Very good start. So very good start indeed for Christy Zhu. I think she can be very happy with the way that things started off there. So now it's all going to be down to what happens next in the second split. Into the pit lane comes the 27, that's Yan Chuang. And of course he will not get out of his car, he'll just sit in the pit lane 10 seconds longer. And that's the additional handicap penalty that he takes for not having a teammate to hand over to. So with Yan Chuang in the pits, it's now Roy Tang in the 610 Racing Porsche that leads the way, cutting through the traffic. There is Feng Xiaolun, who has now taken over the Harmony Ferrari. And the 315 is pushing hard because, of course, they're racing hard. Wang Rahan trying not to trip over Georgi Dimitrov in the Origin 7 Porsche. They're racing for the victory in GTS, don't forget. Now, look in the background. Are we going to see a Toyota flying into the pit lane to make a driver change? I didn't see one going towards the pit lane entry. So we'll double check, but I think the Toyotas have both gone on. Yes, they have. So the top three still battling, and there is the Ferrari trying to cut through. That's the leader taking the leader. So the leader in the GTC category, dicing with the leader in GTS. They've got to be very careful. The man in front of the Ferrari now is the British driver, Georgi Dimitrov. Ginetta Junior race winner, F4 British race winner, and Lamborghini Super Trofeo Pro-Am champion. But of course, in that car, he doesn't quite have the same grunt as he would in the Lamborghini Huracan. But doing his bit for the Origin 7 racing team. Brand new squad. Out of the car. The drivers are obviously going to be sweating a bit. The 610 racing crew happy with their first stint. We've got cars 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. Although, of course, Yan Chuang has just made his pit stop. So Feng Xiaolun has now worked his way back into what is now going to be third position behind the 29 of the 610 racing crew and the 77 of Rainy He. In fact, Rainy He's just done the outlap, so that's going to be interesting to see how that one works itself out. Into the pits comes the 77. Apparently, it was Rainy He at the wheel all along. I'm not sure if that's right, because it should be Tian Zhu who starts the race and Rainy He in the second run, so I don't know whether that's a timing glitch or whether it's the wrong way round or it was the wrong way round yesterday. Not sure on that one, but certainly it is the number 77 of Tian Zhu and Rainy He who are now making their way into pit lane. So there is the leading car, Roy Tang, the Singaporean, who will very shortly hand over to Wang Yang. But the big question is, where will they be out on the circuit compared to the Harmony Ferrari? Because the Ferrari was caught up in quite a bit of traffic there. So still they run in close proximity. Who is going to get the job done? Roy Tang, pushing. His last lap time was a 2:08.3 compared to the Ferrari that just did a 2:06.5. So it does look as though the Ferrari is going to be stronger when they come past the pits this time. But did they lose too much time in the initial part? That's going to be the other key factor, because their outlap was very congested, it was very busy. So it's going to need to be some seriously quick pushing from Feng Xiaolun. As moving out of the way, that's the Imo Racing Porsche getting out of the way. Oh, I thought for a moment there was going to be some contact there between the Porsche Caymans. I thought we were going to see Zhang Bangyi getting sliced there by Mathieu Detry, because they are racing for position, don't forget. And now they're closing up on the 56 of Huang He, back behind the wheel of the Pointer Mercedes again after his pit stop. There's only one car that hasn't pitted now, because down pit lane comes Roy Tang in the 610 Racing Porsche. The only other one that hasn't pitted is Huang Qisheng in the Toyota Gazoo. So down into pit lane will come the Toyota Gazoo of the number 21, Huang Qisheng. He's got to be careful that he comes in before time. And there is Roy Tang out of the car. Well done, buddy. Great opening stint. But is that going to be enough to give the 610 Racing team a lead they can be happy with? Well, T is certainly down in the pit lane at the moment. He's down with the DTM Racing crew.
现在呢，我们在810号车组，刚刚我身边的就是我们的刘慈，刚刚从车上换下来。那这场比赛是不是你第一次的 China GT 啊？
对，第一场。
那你感觉这样的比赛，这样的现场的氛围有什么样的感想？
因为我之前有参加过 CTCC 包括 CEC 的耐力赛，相比较 CGT 的话，我觉得无论是现场的观众还是参赛车辆，整体的这个氛围非常的燃。
那现在这一台赛车，你这一次过来，整个适应性，包括对于赛车整体的调教，你能不能给大家透露一下你的一个驾驶风格是偏向于什么样的呢
？OK， 因为这个是需要我和队友有进行一个交接的，所以前面的话我 push 了大概5到6分钟，后面我发现越来越推。那因为我们排位用了2套新胎，所以我们是旧胎出的。鉴于昨天惨烈的状况，所以到后面的话我是放了很多车过去，希望安全的把车带回来给队友。所以今天我整体的风格还是比较偏保守的，希望可以顺利安全完赛。
对，那只是顺利安全完赛，还是希望让队友再往前再冲一冲呢？
我觉得他享受比赛，然后快快乐乐的把车带回来，对，开心的结束这个周末。
好的，那我们再一次感谢刘慈的采访。
T, good to hear from Lutzi down in the pit lane for DTM Racing. You may have just spotted that the 610 Racing Porsche number 29 of Wang Yang managed to get out fractionally behind the Ferrari. So there is the leader, there is the Porsche. There's nothing in it between these two cars. And now, all being well, and if there's no penalties, it can just be a straight race between the two men, and it is going to be very even between Wang Yang and Feng Xiaolun. So now they can just race each other hand over fist, and they can use the traffic to good effect as well. Everyone has pitted, the pit window is closed, nobody's getting a penalty for missing the window. So still they run in close proximity. That is not a scheduled pit stop. Back in the pits is the 10, that is Liang Qinglin. She's only just got into the car, and it looks as though she's got an issue with the machine. So that's a real problem for Christine Liang. I really hope that they are going to get on top of that. But it might be that she got a podium yesterday and she gets nothing today. The car already damaged. Up the inside of the 650 goes the 29 610 racing car of Wang Yang. So that's lapping Archer Wu in the Racing Panda machine. There he is. And they, of course, are trying to go after the victory in the GTS AM category. And it's not going to be so easy to sort that one out. He obviously came up with a victory yesterday. This is not looking good for Liang Qinlin and Zhang Rushi. They were second in class yesterday. They're struggling to figure out what the issue is with this car at the moment. So certainly an issue with the car. We'll try and figure out what it was that caused the issue. Are we going to see a replay? No, we're going to see a replay of something else. Now that is a very big mistake. Mathieu Detry getting pitched around there by the treble one of Tianfeng. The SDR missing its braking point completely. Mathieu Detry suddenly facing the wrong way. But at least they're able to still go. Christian Lang not really in that position. They're trying to figure out what the position is with the car. And I fear it's time for this race to end. What a shame for Christian Liang. Down in the pit lane, though, there are more people to speak to, and T is there.
在我身边的是21号车组，来自 Toyota GT3 Racing 的黄奎生。在我把麦克风给到黄奎生之前，我想对他隆重的介绍一下，因为他对于我们中国的很多车迷来说是一个榜样。我们其实在场上，在模拟器的世界，我们当了整整3年的对手。而这2年，黄奎生他征战了非常多的亚洲级的比赛，包括 SRO， 那现在又在我们的 China GT。那你能不能说一下，从一个模拟车手变成为一个现实的车手，一个什么样的心理的历程？
我觉得挺魔幻的，就是像有一种小时候买模型，你很喜欢那个车，突然有一天你拥有它，第一次拥有它的那个心情那样。
对，那包括其实昨天你也遇到了一些赛道上的事故，但是我看你今天整体的配速非常的棒，而且跟你的队友黄若涵其实在赛场上也有一个位置的互换。那在今天的这个比赛，那你对于自己的车组有什么样的一个预期吗？
不好意思，
我说今天呢，对于因为昨天也是遇到了一个事故，那么今天对于你们的车组，你的第一棒的发挥其实已经很出色了，整体的配速也很好，一直在整个车阵的前列。那对于今天的一个比赛，你还有交给了队友以后有什么样的预期？
希望我们能保持位置完赛吧，希望我的队友有一个完美的发挥。接下来，
好，那我们再一次谢谢我们的黄奎生，我们交回给我们的演播室。
T, good to hear as well from Huang Qisheng. Great to see him fighting for the class win on his debut. Here's the Harmony Ferrari. Where is the 610 Racing Porsche? Where's it gone? It's dropping back rapidly. So the last time from Feng Xiaolun was a 2:05.4. Wang Yang just did a 2:08.9. Really getting hampered in the traffic. And that means that it's going to be pretty much plain sailing for the Ferrari if it keeps going like this. But at least the 610 Racing crew number 29 are still going to take a class victory in the Porsche Cup AM category. Second overall and the winners in Porsche Cup. Meanwhile, there's also going to be a fight for the victory across the other categories as well. In the GTS category, guess who's leading? Moritz Berenberg. He's managed to leapfrog past the Toyotas again. He's so good at this. Just stay with them and then do a better job in the pit stops. Toyota Gazoo, they've got some decent driving talents, but Moritz Berenberg is so good at bringing it up to speed again. I'd quite like to have a look at his car if we get a chance, but at the moment we're watching the Ferrari and then Wang Hao. There is the battle for the lead. And now the Toyota's fighting back. This is Hanley Chow battling with Berenberg. This is for the win in the GTS class. Moritz Berenberg trying his best to fend off from the 315 Toyota. We've got an investigation for too short a pit stop time. It's the 56. That's the KS by Pointer racing car of Wang He. So he's already had his fair share of dramas in this one, and it looks like he may get a penalty added to his race time for being in the pit lane for too short a time. But this is the battle for the win in the GTS AM category. Moritz Berenberg in the Max Moore WNS Porsche. And then Hanley Chow in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Supra. There's a gap left open. Oh, don't leave that kind of gap. It's too big an invitation. And Moritz Berenberg having to work hard to keep back the 315 of Hanley Chow. Toyota really want to win this weekend. They've obviously had a fantastic weekend of great motorsport. The Toyota Gazoo Racing Cup China race earlier was absolutely fantastic. We also got to see Nena come through for the victory from 15th on the grid to take the win. She drove brilliantly earlier on. We're going to see a replay. That's not the racetrack. That's a bit of a mistake from Tianfeng. Manages to get back on the road. But I think you'll find that it's the black stuff you want to stay on, not the green stuff. So down in pit lane, 15 minutes to go, and T is down in pit lane with more for us from Hot in the Pit Road.
好的，那现在我们来到的是 KRC Team 的披风，在我身边的呢是车队创始人 Mars。那这一次其实我们再一次带着非常熟悉你们的这赛车，其实已经征战了很多国际的一些赛事，然后在今年的第一场又回到了我们的上海本土作战，心情感觉怎么样？
非常的开心，因为这一场呢有这个明星的加持，所以呢比赛呢相当的热闹，所以我们也很荣幸参与到其中。
对，那现在我也知道，其实对于 KRC 来说，眼光不只是我们国内比赛，也更希望通过我们的国内比赛能够积累很多的经验，去到国际赛场代表我们中国车队取得更好的成绩，对吗？
是的，是的。所以呢，我们今年呢，除了在中国 GT 比赛以外，我们在亚洲或者是在 GTC， 我们都有参与许多国际性的赛事。
那么在今天的这样的一个比赛，对于车队，因为刚刚也看到了跟其他的车有非常激烈的一个缠斗，从车队的一个策略角度出发，是希望更加谨慎，还是希望车手往前面更冲一冲呢？
其实这都根据于所有我们大会组制定的 BOP， 那根据不同的 BOP， 我们车辆有进行不同的调整。那在上一回合进行完这些调整之后呢，我们发现我们现在车子呢稍微多一点的竞争力，所以希望能延续这样的一个竞争力，直到这个比赛结束。
好的，那我们再一次感谢我们 Mars 的采访，我们回到演播间。
T, good to catch up with the team at KRC. Drive-through penalty for the 56 car of Huang He, the KS by Pointer Mercedes. That's going to ruin their race completely. And they are actually now the leaders in GTS AM, approaching the Star Cars Mercedes to put a lap on it. That's brave from Berenberg to just dive on the inside line. But it gives him a little bit more breathing space than the Toyota. Those two are battling away quite eagerly as the Harmony Ferrari was going up to lap them. But this race between these two cars is going to go to the checkered flag now. 14 minutes. And it's going to be Berenberg versus Hahn right to the finish. Third position for Wang Hao in the second of the Toyota Gazoo cars. Fourth place in GTS is Pan Yiming in the Crab Lady Racing Team BJ car. Ethan Ho for KRC in fifth place, trying to murk up the progress. Yu Rao, sixth position, despite getting that 5-second penalty at the pit stop time added for gaining an advantage on the start. Da Yu Hao is seventh, eighth is Georgi Dimitrov, ninth is Archer Wu, 10th is Chen Shugang. Tang Jihao losing places. What happened there for Tang Jihao is through the pit lane to take the drive-through penalty goes Huang He. So that's going to drop him back, I think, to 24th position. So it's not really going to make much of a difference because he was in 23rd when he came in anyway. But Tang Jihao has lost the place to Hannah Burton. So Hannah Burton charging her way back, currently up into P6. Looking good for another second place in class at the moment in the Pro-Am category of the Porsche Cup. Still these two battle away for the GTS honours, working hard to try and put themselves into a good position again. Not going to be easy to see how this one unfolds, but they are going to work very closely together for the rest of this race. Berenberg versus Hahn, Porsche versus Toyota, Max Moore W&S versus Toyota Gazoo Racing. A great GT squad versus the factory effort at Toyota. They really want to get a victory this weekend. They put on a fantastic show just earlier with the Toyota Gazoo Racing Cup of China. Nena, or Liu Yu, going from 15th on the grid to take the win. A fabulous drive, and she did a magnificent job to do so. In the same race, the other female competitor in the grid, Shi Wei, managed to go through for a podium in class, having taken an overall podium in F4 China yesterday. The women have been fantastic this weekend. Sadly, Lin Chenlin has retired from this race, but they got a class podium yesterday, so that's silverware for her. The BMWs are still at it for fourth position, right behind the 21 Toyota of Wang Hao. We also saw a victory in the GT3 race of the AM category for Samantha Tan, alongside Ginger Jiang. They got the victory, so that's a win for them. So with Christy Zhu and Hannah Burton taking a class podium in Pro-Am yesterday, in the Porsche Cup, all that remains now is to see if Betty Chen can take a podium in the race later today alongside Ollie Milroy. And all of the women competing this weekend will have come away with silverware. I can't remember the last race meeting I've ever seen that. Shows you the level of the driving talent in China. Very strong indeed. Good battles from the 21. Wang Hao to try and keep these BMWs at bay. The door's been left wide open. Don't leave that kind of gap for Ethan Ho. He will take it. Pan Yiming is now going to run wide onto the curb. Contact! Oh, Ethan Ho's gone around. He'll go into the wall. Oh, Ethan Ho out of the race. So unfortunate. Pan Yiming kept his foot in and just clipped the rear quarter of the BMW, and Ethan Ho is out. Big damage to the rear of the car, and that's going to be a safety car with 10 minutes to go, surely. You've got to feel for Ethan Ho. He had the overtaking move done. He was pulling across the line. Pan Yiming was on the wide part of the curb, and he just clipped the rear quarter of the BMW. Game over. So that, unfortunately, is going to be race done for Ethan Ho. It could be a safety car for us as well. What a shame. Very unlucky for the man from Chinese Taipei. So the battle's continuing on. I think we're going to go safety car shortly. Let's have a look at it again. See, Ethan Ho's made the move here on Pan Yiming. He's already got ahead, but Yiming is to the far side, and Ethan Ho is on the racetrack. Look, off the track, Yiming actually clips Ethan Ho, so that could come back to bite the 57. That could be a penalty, because he's got all four wheels off the racetrack here. Look, Ethan Ho's on the track. That's perfectly legal, but Yiming was off the track, clips Ethan Ho, bang! One very unhappy BMW. And I'm afraid it's a safety car. So for the race battle, Wang Yang has got a second chance to catch up to the Harmony Ferrari. But we are going to go safety car. Very unfortunate indeed. What a disappointment for Ethan Ho as well. That was a nasty one. That's what happens, unfortunately, when you try and race wheel to wheel with one car off the road. Oh, and we've got another car in the gravel. That's one of the Mercedes has gone off. Well, that's a very unfortunate place to go off the road. That looks like the DTM car, I think. Well, we need to double check on it. So we've had another off into the gravel at a very different part of the circuit. So we've now got two incidents to clear at the same time. Trying to make out who it is that went. It's the 418 that's gone, in fact. So that is the Gaha racing machine of Chen Shugang. So Chen Shugang's gone off the road. So we've had a BMW go off the road, and now we've got the Gaha BMW off the road. The Gaha Mercedes, I should say, sorry, off the road. Here's how it happened. Whoops. That was just driving error, unfortunately. He was trying to correct understeer, and the car suddenly gripped and veered him off the road. When the back, it's the Aston Martin, in fact. My apologies. Well, there is Ethan Ho. That's good news. He's out of the car. He's safe. Not hurt, just very unhappy. That's the only thing that matters in an incident like this. So that is game over for the 58 KRC BMW. They were looking good for a potential podium. But the motor racing gods giveth and the motor racing gods taketh away. That's a rather unfortunate incident as well for Chen Shugang in the Aston Martin. Very bizarre. The front end lost it. He started to lose the back end of the Aston Martin, and he suddenly overcorrected, and the car suddenly gripped and it veered him off the road because he was already too far wide. So that happens sometimes. So now we have got 6 minutes and 40 seconds or so left. Under safety car, it's hard to know exactly how long that's going to take in terms of the amount of laps will be left. I estimate only about 3 laps to go. There is the Xiaomi SU7 Ultra safety car. Looks fantastic, by the way. A really cool machine. Saw a version of that they've actually got as a promo car downtown, and it looks pretty immense, I have to say. Very good piece of machinery. It's not going to be long before the Europeans, the Americans, and the rest of Asia Pacific is going to have their hands on those cars. Let's find out what happened to the Emo Racing crew. T is down in the pit lane to find out.
好，那我们现在在12号 Emo Racing 的车组旁边，在我旁边的车手是江如喜。但是这一次你们的比赛队名叫 Emo Racing， 但好像看起来你们的车也有点小 emo 啊。
是的，今天可能我们今天把所有的运气都用在昨天了吧。
对，那对于这个周末的一个比赛，那整体也是对于自己去积累一些里程，因为对于车队来说，应该未来还有很多其他的一些计划吧，长远的。
对，今年因为 Emo Racing 也是全新的第一年，也是我们征战这个 China GT 的第一年，也是我代表 Emo Racing 也是第一年，所以更多的是需要累积一些经验，包括我的搭档也是第一次参加全国性的比赛，所以我们会更多的累积对于车辆、对于比赛的更多的经验，多跑里程，多累积。
那刚刚我们看这个车已经停在了我们的 P 房里面，那刚刚车队有没有已经发现是在哪里遇到了问题？
其实问题我们知道，只是很多没有办法的问题。
对，因为现在还是在熟悉这台赛车的一个过程当中。那我们也知道这是 Emo Racing 的第一场比赛，我们也期待你们在接下来的 China GT 可以取得更好的成绩。谢谢。
谢谢 T, 谢谢 Jiang as well. Thanks, boys. Good to get a little bit of insight into the goings-on at the Emo Racing team car. Sadly, not finishing this race, and that means that there's not going to be a double podium for Christine Liang. She did a great job yesterday on her debut. They came second in class yesterday, and sadly, no podium for them today. No finish in this one today. So we're under safety car, no overtaking. Let's see how we came to safety car period. We're going to look back again over the incident between Ethan Ho and Ban Yiming. So Ho on the inside in the green BMW, Ban Yiming on the outside. Watch the red car. straight off the road, all four wheels off the road, and still commits to the throttle, nudges the back of the BMW. Ethan Ho's got nowhere to go. I'm afraid if the stewards want to investigate that, it's an open and shut case. Wallop. So unfortunate for Ethan Ho. The 57, it wouldn't be so bad if there were two wheels on the racetrack, but because the 57 car had all four wheels off the racing line over the curbs, track limits is very, very clear in motor racing. You have to make sure that you've got at least two wheels inside the white line for it to be okay. If all four wheels are outside the white line, then you're exceeding track limits. So to have an accident like that when you are exceeding track limits, that's pretty much an open and shut case. That's going to be a penalty, I'm afraid. I think for the 57 Racing Team BJ car, it wouldn't surprise me at all if they get a penalty added to their race time with the fact that we've only got 3 minutes or so left. That's not too bad a position for the Gaha Racing Aston Martin to be in there, but you can see where the double wave yellow flags were being waved, there's a gap in the fence, so that's where they can clear the car too. There, just off to the left of your screen. So that's where they'll be able to clear that car. So hopefully in about 30 seconds or so, we should be able to have a clear track once again. So there is the safety car leading the field around, the SU7 Ultra. They keep telling me I need to have a play in one of those. The next time I come to China, I'll make sure I stay a little bit longer. Unfortunately, we're on Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia duty next week in Sepang in Malaysia. So I've got to quickly get back to Thailand, change my bags over, change my uniforms over, pack them up again, and back off to Sepang. The lifestyle of a commentator. You live out of a suitcase most of the year. Hong Xiaolong leading the way in the Harmony Racing Ferrari. And he's quite fortunate because he's actually got a slower car between himself and the 29 of the 610 Racing Porsche of Wang Yang. And it's not like Formula One. We don't let the slower cars come through. It's too tough to organise that. So we just leave the field as it is with the leader being picked up. Not every championship has the same rules and regulations, don't forget, so it's different rules compared to what you would see in other championships. Hopefully, though, we are going to see how things work out. So the team going to work in two sides of the racetrack, of course, because we've got the Gaha Racing Aston off at turn 3, and we've got a big accident with a lot of debris to clear for the KRC BMW. There's a genuine chance that we may only get one more lap of racing in, because the safety teams are going to work. There is the Aston Martin. It's been quite difficult to get that particular car extricated because it's gone quite a long way in the gravel. So unless you can get a foothold to it, it's not been easy. And there is the BMW being moved. So they can obviously move it further aside, but there's a lot of debris there. That's going to be a problem. You can see that there's a lot of issues there to the far side, and the safety car is actually taking them away from that part of the course. Now, on paper, there's enough time to sweep the road on that side to get some of the gravel stones and some of the shrapnel from the KRC BMW away from that part of the circuit. I'm not entirely sure why Georgi Dimitrov's deciding, you know what, I'm actually going to drive through that. Everybody else staying well off the line. Unless, of course, he's already gone past that bit and he's just decided to take back the racing line midway down the straight. The trouble is it's difficult to see through the haze, so we can't quite see accurately which part of the racetrack they're on until it's already gone. There is the Aston Martin behind the marshal post now. Well done to the safety team here. You may think they work a bit slowly, but that is partly because we only had 5 or 6 minutes to go before the end of the race. There's a chance we may not get a lap in at all here, actually. 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Are we going to have another lap? Last lap. The race is going to finish on the safety car. Yep, the last lap board is out. The race is going to finish on the safety car. Not a lot we can do about that. But that's the way it is, I'm afraid. Motorsport does not always end the way you want it to, but there is the last lap board. Time has run down to 0. And so we're on the last lap. That means that we're not going to get any overtaking. And that means that it's going to be the Harmony Racing Ferrari that seals the victory for the second day in a row. Very good work indeed from everybody in the Harmony Ferrari team. They did exactly what they needed to, as they needed to do it. But it was right down to the wire. Very tricky always to make sure it works according to plan. and you can never quite schedule these things the way you want them to. But for Harmony Ferrari, they did the job they needed to at the right time. So it's going to be very interesting to see what will happen over the next races in the season. It's obviously going to be a very interesting challenge now as we head to the next event in the calendar. It's been a fantastic start to the new era of China GT to have the GT Cup and GT Sport races separate from GT3, and it's certainly been a resounding success. Wonderful to see the fantastic work everybody's been doing. It's a bumper season. Confirmation on race control. Race will finish under safety car. And I'm sorry to say, that's the way it goes. It's a shame we didn't quite get the nail-biting green flag lap finish that we could have had. But everybody's safe, that's the important thing. And that's not just the drivers, that's also the safety team. You've got to remember that these guys are volunteers. They give of their free time to get involved in motorsport with pretty much only their expenses paid for them. So very impressive work from the safety teams. I'm happy with the way that ends. We could have had another green flag lap, of course, we all want that. But as long as everybody stays safe, including the marshals, then I'm also just as happy. So the GTC and GTS race will finish under safety car. Double victory for the Harmony Racing team. It's a double win for the 610 Racing team as well, but it's not going to be the same car that wins in the Porsche Cup race. It'll be the 29 that wins rather than the 27 this time. And of course, all of the teams and drivers will now be preparing for the next round of the championship, which will be on the 4th week of May at Ningbo. So they've got about 5 weeks of preparation for the next event. And then, of course, we will have Shanghai in July, Shanghai again on the first weekend of September, and then 2 months off, and the first weekend of November will be the final round of the championship in Sepang in Malaysia. A chance for the China GT Championship to go international. And I have a feeling that quite a few thousand fans will make the pilgrimage to Kuala Lumpur to see their boy, Wang Yibo, race on foreign soil. It'll be fabulous that weekend. Sepang is one of my favourite race circuits in the world, and so it'll be wonderful to see China GT go around. The safety car will pull in. Nobody is allowed to overtake, because the race technically finishes under safety car. But we get our photo finish for the Harmony Racing Ferrari, who comes through to take the checkered flag. It is Feng Sholun who crosses the line first. Harmony Ferrari, back-to-back wins. Fabulous result. Great victory in the class as well for 610 Racing, but this time it's the 29 car that wins the Porsche Cup race, not the 27. And it's also a victory in Pro-Am for Chu Yue in the 610 Racing Porsche number 993. And in the AM category, how do they do it? Max Moore WNS and Moritz Berenberg has done it again in GTS AM. The GTS Pro-Am victory goes the way of the 315, that is Hanli Chao in the Toyota Gazoo racing machine. And the GTC Pro-Am category win goes the way of Dai Yu Hao in the 94 Lamborghini. So, fabulous result for the Harmony Ferrari team. The race doesn't end the way we wanted it to. We wanted it racing under green. But to be honest, pretty good going. So it should be a very exciting and very happy Harmony Racing team that we get to see on the podium together. They'll have a very good run of it, that's for sure. They've definitely given us plenty to get excited about. So we'll get the podium ceremonies underway as soon as the drivers come back. We've got quite a few podiums in GTS. I'm not sure if we'll be able to stay for all of them, because of course we've got the build-up for the GT3 race to take into account as well. But when you've got podiums within podiums, it's always fascinating to see how it all progresses and how it all plays out. But it's been a fantastic weekend for this new generation of the competition. I, for one, have really enjoyed it. And certainly, I think we're going to get to see a lot more from the contenders. And over the course of the season, I think you're going to see some more terrific battles from the GT Cup cars and GT Sport. The battle is drawn between Maxmore WNS, the reigning champions, and the Toyota Gazoo Racing factory effort. They will definitely want to take some GTS wins off Moritz Berenberg this season. And of course, the battle up front for the Cup honours, Ferrari versus Porsche all the way. But the Harmony Racing team can be very happy with a double victory. Into the pit lane they go, though. Fantastic stuff. Really good stuff. Really good racing for the first weekend of this new generation of motorsport in the China GT. Very good to see. Chris Banner points out, it sucks for all the drivers who've been waiting for those last few minutes to make a move. It does indeed, but that's motorsport. So there is the Harmony Ferrari back into the pits once again. Very good work for the team and a very good win for the 610 Racing number 29 in the Porsche Cup as well. Double victory for the Harmony Ferrari team. Very good work. Excellent stuff. Joy at 610 Racing. They've worked very hard indeed to get 2 wins out of 2, and it's nice that it's 2 different cars that win in the Porsche Cup race anyway. M2019 wants to know, do they inspect and clean the track before the next race? They do indeed. They've got to make sure that it's green and safe for the next races. They'll get the chance. They basically do a tour around and they radio into all of the marshals to ask if their points are clear. Once they get the confirmation, then the track is labelled as green, and they can send the cars out onto the circuit for the next part of the course. If there's any debris to clean up, while you're looking at these pictures, the marshals on the other side of the circuit are cleaning the parts of the circuit that are slightly difficult at the time, and so it will be prepared, ready for the next race. It'll be a clean circuit again. And the team is very efficient here. We've got a fantastic team of people, governed, of course, and stewarded by the top speed officials who work with us all the way through the year across Lamborghini Trofeo Asia, across F4 Southeast Asia, F4 Middle East Trophy, and the Formula Regional Middle East Trophy as well. Now they can celebrate, because of course they've just got out of the car. They get themselves weighed on the scales. They have to take their helmet, their gloves and the boots and everything, along with their neck brace, and they've got to weigh themselves on the scale. Their weight is recorded, the car's weight is recorded. If it all matches and continues to be under the legal above the legal limit, then it is absolutely fine and dandy. Once the weighing is done, that's when you know that it's all above board. They have to make sure they're at the correct weight. So great to see the class winners coming through. It looks like another fantastic run from Racing Panda as well in the GTS AM category. I think they've got themselves a decent result as well. I think they'll get a podium in the GTS AM class rather than the GTS AM Plus class. So they're second in GTS AM, I think. It's Yu Rao in the Toyota that gets the victory in that. Treble 1, 5-second time penalty for causing a collision. That's Tian Feng in the SDR racing car. That must have been his incident with, I'm trying to remember who it was that he ended up having a collision with. That's got to be with Mathieu Detry, I think, in the climax. That'll be the last corner, sorry, the last hairpin, I should say, about 20 minutes ago. And of course, I have a feeling there'll be an investigation into Ban Yiming, who is currently sat in third in the GTS AM Plus category. So I don't know whether they'll get a penalty post-race or not. If they do, they won't be able to go to the podium. So we'll find that out in due course. Provisionally then, here is the race results. Harmony Ferrari taking the victory overall and in GTC. Wang Yang and Yan Shuang, 1-2 for 610 Racing again, and they are 1-2 in the Porsche Cup AM race as well. Porsche Pro-Am victory goes to Chu Yue in 4th place. Rainy He and Qian Zhu, 5th position and 2nd in category. Great result for them. They can be very happy indeed with that in the GTC category. Hannah Burton, another great run, just missing out on a podium this time. Although not overall, they do get a podium in Pro-Am. And Jiang Nan and Tang Xiao in 7th position. Moritz Berenberg gets the win in the AM Class Plus, ahead of the 2 Toyotas. Great battle all the way. Fantastic to see all of the classes getting a very exciting run. There's a grand total of 8 classes in this GTC and GT Sport category, because we've got the GTS Pro-Am, GTS AM Plus, GTS AM, GTC overall, GTC Pro-Am, GTC AM, Porsche Class overall, and Porsche Class AM. If that made sense to anybody, I clearly wasn't telling it right. But well done to everybody. Despite the fact that we finished under safety car, a much calmer race than yesterday. Left to their own devices, they can get a little bit squirrely, but clearly the race director reminding everybody that they can do a little bit better if they're a little bit calmer after the fact. And certainly today, the race was a lot better in terms of its incidents than yesterday. Let's go through the best bits of race 2 of the GT Cup and GT Sport categories. Great to see everybody getting into the spirit of things pre-race, and the battle was joined immediately between the Harmony Racing Ferrari and the 610 Racing Porsche, number 29 of Roy Tang. A great run through the first couple of corners, very nearly disaster between the Ferrari and Porsche in the fight for the lead. It was ruthless, but it was nonetheless effective. The Ferrari ran wide in turn 3. That'll do. Roy Tang picking up the victory for the moment. 610 Racing happy with that. And also with the moves lower down the order. But there were some problems too. A couple of mistakes here and there. Drivers learning the limits of their cars on cold tyres. But as things warmed up, there were some star turns, particularly from Tan Xu. Still getting used to life in China GT, putting on a great show. But this move was the deciding one. Wang Xiaofeng getting his move on Roy Tang. It was a little bit lackadaisical in the first braking point, but by the second point of the racetrack, they managed to tidy it up. And once the Harmony Ferrari got the move completed in the final turn, they never looked back. Starting to extend the gap out front, nice and easy. Wait for the pit stops and calm down. Moritz Berenberg putting himself under massive pressure to close up on the Toyotas. And not everybody had a decent run of it. The treble won. The SDR of Tianfang having a collision with Mathieu Detry. Problems for Emo Racing. They didn't go the distance. Normal pit stop procedure, though, elsewhere. No disasters in the transfer window, but unfortunately, a big issue between the BMWs. Bang! Into the wall for Ethan Ho after contact from the 57 of the team from BJ Racing. A problem for Shugang going off the road as well in the Aston Martin. And so sadly, Chen Shugang dropping it off the course. That brought us under safety car, coupled with the incident for Ethan Ho. And sadly, we had no time to clear the course. So that is how we finished. Harmony Ferrari, 2 out of 2. A great start. On to the next round of the championship in Ningbo next month. So the podium ceremonies are obviously going to get underway. I think we're starting with the GTS Pro-Am. So that's going to be a fantastic result, of course, for the top spot in GTS Pro-Am, which is Han Liqiao in the 315 Toyota, alongside Ron Huang, who is on triple duty this weekend. So Toyota Gazoo does, in fact, pick up the victory in the Pro-Am category of GTS. For Han Liqiao, official Toyota driver, SRO GT Cup winner last year and this year, as well as a regular winner in the Toyota Gazoo China Cup. Not this weekend, though, because, of course, he was prioritising GT Sport, alongside Ron Huang, or Huang Rohan, as he's also known in China. GT World Challenge Asia winner, both this year and last year, was a regular winner in China GT and Lotus Cup last year, has also been a race winner in the Thailand Super Series and the China Endurance Championship before that. So it'll be great to see the Toyota team go to the top step of the podium. They'll be joined in GTS Pro-Am by Georgi Dimitrov in the Origin 7 team car alongside Lenny Tian. They get their first podium in their first weekend. That's great news for the 977 squad. And they'll be joined up on the rostrum, I believe, by the Revex BMW. The 521 crew will be third of Valo Wang and Sean Zhang. So good to see all of the teams enjoying themselves. There's going to be 8 different podiums, of course, for GT Cup and GT Sport. But don't panic, folks. We are not going to miss a moment of the action for the GT3 race. That'll be coming up later. It's still quite a while until the pit lane opens. And we've got the opening ceremony for the race coming up as well. That's going to be a lot of entertainment and a lot of excitement for you all. So you won't miss a moment of the build-up of the GT3 race, where all of our international drivers, the race winners from yesterday, the number 96 crew of Andy Dung and Bob Yuan, trying to make it 2 out of 2 for the Origin Motorsport Porsche run by Win here. And, of course, all of the thousands of fans here and the thousands of fans online tuning in to watch their boy wonder, Wang Yibo, They want to see him in action. And, of course, after yesterday's race, when the car... I was speaking to his teammate, Melvin Moe. They say they actually had some handling difficulties in the race yesterday, which does explain to a certain degree why they were struggling and why eventually, unfortunately, the car dropped all the way to the back of the category. They have spent overnight fixing the problem. They are confident that the car is going to be in position. Apparently, I don't know if I can verify this or not, but Wang Yibo was quoted last night saying, "Don't worry, folks, I'm going to win tomorrow." That's confident. And certainly with a driver like Melvin Moe as a teammate, I wouldn't bet against an AM class victory in GT3 AM for the 85. They were certainly going great guns until things started to unravel around them. So if the car is on all cylinders today, expect a big show. So the podium ceremony is in the GT Cup and GTS class. Imagine what this would have been like if we were still all of these classes in together in one grid. If you think that there's 5 podium ceremonies in GT3 for Pro-Am, for International, for National, for Am Plus and Am and Masters, and then you've got the 8 podium ceremonies of GT Sport and GT Cup and Porsche Cup as well, darn, that would take a while. So it's wonderful that in 2026 the Xiaomi China GT Championship is so oversubscribed that we have to split them up into 2 races. It makes so much sense. And it means that we actually get to see a lot of the teams battling that we didn't really get to see much coverage of last year. You've got to remember that every team pays the same price to go racing. They enter the same way that everybody else does. And in 1 hour, there's only so many teams you can watch. There's only so many teams you can have a look at. Because you've got to keep an eye on the leaders in the classes. You've got to keep an eye on the battles on track. So one of the problems we had in the past, of course, was the GT Cup and GT Sport teams didn't actually get a massive amount of coverage. We were spending so long on the GT3 teams that their money, their input was always a little bit tight in terms of the return on investment. But this year, thanks to the investment from Xiaomi, thanks to the fantastic organisation of Top Speed to take the decision, look, we could put all 57 cars out together, but it will be chaos. Let's put GT3 out on one track, let's put the GTC and GTS cars on the other race, and we'll have a better spectacle. And you know what? It's working. It took 1 weekend for this decision to be vilified, and it absolutely works. And we get to see so many more great battles than we ever would last year. 4 races now for the price of 2 in a weekend. So Eric Ho going to work on the podium as well, my good friend and colleague. No, my apologies, it's T. T is actually doing the podium for this one. Eric Ho's been doing the podium for the other classes, but T is there doing the podium ceremony. As out onto the podium comes the RevX team. 3rd position in the GTS Pro-Am category for the 521. That's the crew. 521 of Valo Wong and Sean Zhang. Great performance from Origin 7. There's Georgi Dimitrov for the British fans back home. 2nd place in his first weekend with a brand new team, Origin 7. Great work from Georgi Dimitrov and Lenny Chan. But on the top spot, Toyota get the job done in the GTS Pro-Am category for car number 315 of Han Liqiao and Ron Huang. Great race victory for Toyota. They really had to work hard to get the job done. They focused on their objectives. They had a little bit of a race early doors with their sister car, the number 21 car, which of course was battling for the GTS AM category victory. Love that they already tried to get the bottles of bubbly open and ready. They know they've got to get the trophies first, but it takes quite a long time to open these bottles. Georgi Dimitrov must be delighted with that. First time to China, first time out here to enjoy his racing. He is obviously a Lamborghini Super Trofeo European Pro-Am champion before this. First time to China, and he's really enjoying his time here. And hopefully there's more where that came from. But the Toyota crew on the top spot. 315, the Toyota Gazoo Racing China. 2nd, Origin 7 Racing, this brand new team. And 3rd, for RevX Racing, the Chinese driver, Valo Wong. And for Chinese Taipei, Sean Zhang. TCR Asia and TCR China race winner, so he'll be very happy indeed with the way things have gone. So a great finish to the race battle, and now all that's left is for the 6 men on the GTS Pro-Am podium to get busy with the fizzy. Wonderful scenes, and they will enjoy themselves. Time to prepare for the next one then. Ningbo, 5 weeks from now, round 2 of the championship. 2 more races for the GTS Pro-Am category. So that is where the focus comes. What will happen next? Well, in 5 weeks' time, they will find out here at the China GT Championship in GTS Pro-Am. GTS Am plus podium will be up next. And that is going to see Moritz Berenberg, Wang Hao in the Toyota Gazoo Racing number 21, sharing that car, of course, with Huang Qisheng. And 3rd position in the GTS Am plus category, I believe, is going to be Racing Team BJ. There was no sign of an investigation, no sign of a race report yet from race control. That doesn't mean there won't be a protest later, because there could well be. But we'll have to see how it goes. Certainly for the moment, the GTS Am plus podium comes out onto the rostrum. So the Mrs. Crab Racing Team BJ, Yoshiyuki Motorsport Team of Ban Yiming and Jing Zhifeng will come out onto the circuit podium for 3rd position. So there is the team in 3rd place. 2nd position for Toyota Gazoo Racing China, the number 21 car of Wang Hao and his new teammate Huang Qisheng. But on the top spot, yet again, Max Moore WNS driver Moritz Berenberg of Germany, based out in China nowadays, of course, but he absolutely loves racing in this category. SRO GT Cup Am champion, China GT champion in the GTS and GTS Am category last year, and he goes straight into 2026 with even more silverware in the first weekend. And the way things are currently going, he could end up with even more. 5 weeks from now, they go to Ningbo for the 2nd round of the championship in a calendar that takes in Zhuhai, Shanghai International again, and one of my favourite circuits in the world as the conclusion, Sepang in Malaysia. So there is Moritz Berenberg receiving his 2nd winner's trophy in GTS Am in as many days. And 5 weeks from now, he'll want to get it done all over again. A great start to the season for the Max Moore WNS team. Fabulous run. Really, really good stuff. The fans in the stands getting ready for their boy. The GT3 race coming up. It's very rare to see grandstands that packed for a GT sports car race these days. Wonderful to see. And so, once more, time to get busy. The fizzy is sprayed here in the GTS Am Plus podium. In GTS Am, it's going to be a good one as well. Moritz Berenberg runs away quickly before things get very messy indeed for him. So the team disappears from the rostrum as we get ready for the next podium. 8 podium ceremonies in all. So very exciting to see all of these amazing cars. We don't really get to see too much of GT Cup and GT Sport. Certainly traditionally, they've always been the cars at the back that we don't get to spend too much of a focus on. 2026, we've solved the problem. We have the solution. Split them up, give them separate races. And hopefully, as well as supporting Wang Yibo in GT3, you guys will pick your favourite teams in the GT Cup and GT Sport classes as well. You'll get plenty of people to cheer on, plenty of people to cheer for, or just cheer for your favourite brand. In this grid, we've got BMW, Audi, Aston Martin, Porsche, Ferrari, Mercedes. Plenty to get excited about. So the GTS Am podium now. 3rd position, Wang Tao in the 601 KTM Crossbow, along with Liang Qi. A 2nd podium in a row for Racing Panda. Great performance from them. Archer Wu celebrating in fine style alongside his teammate Che Xiaoyi. But on the top spot in the GTS Am category, a fantastic race victory for the Toyota Gazoo team. Once again, it's Yu Rao who raced alone. A pair of victories then for Toyota Gazoo in GTS Am and GTS Pro Am. They can be very happy indeed with that. And it's a good return for the weekend's hard work for Toyota Gazoo. M29T says, beautiful cars, I'd gladly take any one of them home. Too right. It's tough to choose, actually, which one you would have. So a great second race. Sadly, the only car we didn't get to see out for the second time after their early exit in race 1 with a big impact and big damage yesterday, sadly was the number 910 DTM Racing Toyota Supra, the SpongeBob SquarePants car. But hopefully, Nedai Wong and Ren Tong-yi will be back tomorrow. Not tomorrow, my apologies, 5 weeks from now. I still think it's Saturday. But you do have to feel for Wong Ha-hao, who was the second driver in that car, who sadly, over the course of the weekend, didn't get to drive a single lap. There we go, the third podium ceremony. Sprays in close proximity, there we go. Chris Banner asks, did he say 8 podiums? Why 8? Well, it's because we've got 8 different classes, Chris. We've got GTS Pro-Am, GTS Am Plus, GTS Am, GT Cup Overall, GTC Pro-Am, GTC Am, Porsche Overall, and Porsche Am. 8 different classes within a class. That's what sports car racing is all about. You're not just racing against the drivers at the top end, you're racing against the drivers in your particular class as well. And even in the GT3 race coming up later, we have 5 podiums across the one category of GT3. We've got Pro-Am, International, National, Am Plus, and Masters. And there is a statutory trophy for the Am winner because, of course, there's only going to be one Am team in GT3 this weekend. They'll take the trophy provided they finish. So in GT3 alone, we've got 5 classes. So to the GT Cup overall podium, Yan Shuang, the social media superstar. 3rd position for 610 Racing. 2nd place for Roy Tang and Wang Yang for the 610 Racing squad again. Great display from them. But you've been waiting for them for a long time now. The Harmony Racing Ferrari duo. Great to see them for a 2nd time in as many races. Feng Xiaolun and Huang Xiaofeng. Fabulous results. And so, for the GT Cup overall, great to see these 3 teams who have put on such a great job. Wonderful weekend from Yan Shuang, who, of course, was meant to be joined this weekend by Bao Jinlong. And at the last minute, he had to pull out due to another commitment. So that changes the strategy of everything. And they had to add 10 seconds onto their pit stop handicap because there was no driver change. So to still come through for 3rd position, very good work indeed from Yan Shuang. 610 Racing take the victory, of course, in the Porsche Am race as well. That podium coming up shortly. But the overall win in GT Cup for Harmony in the Ferrari. Great performance, great job. And really good racing all the way. I can tell you that the marshals have just about finished clearing the circuit. That's the benefit of having so many podium finishes. So many podium ceremonies means we've got time for the marshals to clear the course, so they'll be ready for the GT3 race coming up. Let's celebrate Shanghai style. Harmony Ferrari celebrates with a 610 Racing trio. Always wonderful scenes at the end of a motor race like this, and here at Shanghai International, these guys are just loving life and enjoying the spice of it all. Wonderful scenes. And I tell you, those overalls will be very tough to wash. I think that's going to need at least 3 or 4 visits to the laundrette. So the competitors continuing on their way. 5 weeks from now at Ningbo. Very underrated circuit, Ningbo. So hopefully we're going to get a really good battle out on the course. Now, those cars on the grid, I should point out, are not the GT3 cars yet. They have not been released from the pit lane yet. But we've got a nice opening ceremony that is going to take place out on the circuit. So once the GTC podiums are done, we will be able to switch across to the GT3 race. You won't miss a moment. So now to the GT Cup Pro-Am podium. 3rd position then. Out onto the circuit comes the team from Racing BJ. That's the 94 crew onto the podium, the only Pro-Am team actually this weekend. So they take the victory. The number 94 crew for the Crab Racing, BJ, Lamborghini Huracan, Yates and Dayu Hao. Good result for them. And in terms of the actual overall race battle, they finished in P12. Not a bad run. On the left of your screen, Davide De Gobbi, the general manager of Top Speed Race Events Limited. He's the man responsible for making the decision this year to switch the races from GT3 solo and GTC, GTS separate. So it's him you have to thank for the fantastic 4 races for the price of 2 battle. There we go. Great result for the 94 crew. Good to see everybody enjoying themselves in the rostrum, and we've got time now to actually see all of the podium ceremonies in this particular grid. We didn't get to see too many of them from race 1 because we were going straight in, of course, for GT3. So now to the GT Cup AM podium. This is where we're going to get to see some really talented teams making their way further forward.
GTC AM 组别颁奖仪式，让我们邀请获得 GTC AM 冠军车组登台，他们是23号冯绍伦、黄晓峰 Harmony Racing。
Some familiar faces then, as we go to the top of the podium for the GT Cup AM, and that is the Harmony Racing Ferrari once again. Just the one GT Cup AM team this weekend. We have a feeling there's going to be 2 or 3 more. Davide De Gobbi saying, don't pop the bottles, don't do it yet. I look nice. You're racing drivers, you're allowed to spray the champagne, but I don't want to get any on my shirt before the GT3 race. Davide's a fabulous, fabulous character, lovely chap. But he knows perfectly well that we've got a GT3 race coming up. You can spray each other, totally fine, but I'm going to get out of here quick. Very smart, Davide, very smart. So Feng Xiaolin and Huang Xiaofeng spray themselves with champagne. Once again, they are going to be absolutely heaving with the steam of their stink. So that's the GT Cup podiums done with. Now just for the Porsche classes. That's the only 2 podiums left. And it'll be an absolute romp on the podium for 610 Racing. Crew 29 ahead of Crew 27, ahead of Crew 993. And then we'll get the Pro-Am in the Porsche Cup race. And that will see the all-female team, number 53, come home second in Pro-Am. Great result. So now to the Porsche Cup trophies. 610 Racing number 29, taking the victory in that class. But 3rd position in the Porsche race, that is going to be the 993 class. 993 class, sorry, of Zhu Yue and Liu Chao. Oh no, sorry, we're going straight to the Pro-Am class, I think, straight away. Is that right? They're not entirely sure.
992 Cup Class PA 冠军车组993号刘超、崔越610 Racing.
So it looks like it is going to be the 610 Racing car that's up next.
Class Pro 冠军车组77号田
It looks like the Pro-Am podium is going to be at the same time. So there we are, everybody out together on the rostrum. I think it's the Porsche podium all en masse that we have together here. Am and Pro-Am combined together. I think there's a little uncertainty on this one. Because we've got class victories within classes here. So the trophies are certainly going to be given out. And it's wonderful to see more silverware again for the Pro-Am team of Hannah Burton and Christy Zhu. Her first time, Hannah Burton, ever in a GT car, and the first time racing on the Shanghai International Circuit as well. So to come through for a podium in class, and they finished 6th overall, very impressive. Keep an eye on Hannah Burton. She's got a big career in front of her, the American-Japanese. Currently racing in the Kyoto Cup as well in Japan, which is the support race to Super Formula. Whenever they race at Fuji, it's the Japanese equivalent of the F1 Academy, if you like. And Hannah Burton, definitely a driver to watch out for in the future. Meanwhile, here in Shanghai, one more time. Fantastic. Another celebration. So great to see so much silverware for the females racing this weekend. Double podium in class then for Zhu Zhiyao and Hannah Burton. And they join Liang Xinlin, who got a podium in the Pro-Am class of GTS yesterday, as well as Samantha Tan, who actually won her GT3 AM race yesterday alongside Ginger Jiang. They won their class. So the only driver of the female contingent in China GT who hasn't taken a trophy so far this weekend is Betty Chen, alongside Ollie Milroy in the FIST AII BMW. But we have got one race to go. It's even been a great race day for the women in the other categories. In F4 China and Toyota Gazoo Racing, Xu Wei, or Tidu as she is also known, came up with a podium yesterday and today. And of course the winner of the Toyota Gazoo race earlier was Liu Yu, or Nena as she is known on social media. Well, the fans have been waiting patiently. GT3 is not far away. It's going to be really exciting to see how everybody gets on with things. But we've got ourselves some fantastic battles to come. They're all taking their seats because they know they've got a pre-race show and then the main event themselves. So we've had the Pro-Am podium, now we'll have the Am podium. And that's going to be Tang Jihao coming out onto the podium again, I do believe. Oh, no, it's Yan Shuang who's coming out onto the podium. I do apologise. In second position in the class. And of course, we have the 27 Boutique Garage by Z-Speed team out on the podium as well. That's the treble 6 car. That's the car that's been driven in fantastic style this weekend by Jiang Nan and Tang Jihao. But on the top spot, no surprises at all. The 29 for 610 Racing, Roy Tang and Wang Yang. The final podium ceremony for the GT Cup and GT Sport categories. And the end of a fantastic weekend. Certainly for these classes as well, the Porsche trophies go their way because, of course, they get separate trophies in GT Cup and Porsche. Porsche like to really pay attention to the racing out in China. Porsche is a big brand here in the country. China is one of their strongest markets. So there is a lot of support. And I have to say, it was interesting speaking to the GT3 guys at Mercedes yesterday. They suddenly realised, hang on a minute, we've got a lot of our cars in GT3 in China. We need to take note of this. And they've sent a lot more of the Mercedes delegates to Shanghai, many of them seeing this championship for the first time and being very excited and impressed with what they've seen. So there could be some lessons learned for the way that racing is done for the GT teams in Europe. So, the final champagne spray of this second race of the GT Cup and GT Sport classes. That's it from all of us here for this one. We've still got the GT3 race to come this afternoon. But for the GTC and GTS class races, this first weekend of the Xiaomi China GT Championship 2026, for these separate classes in their own race, has been a magnificent success. We've had great races across the classes. Thank you so much for tuning in and watching with us. It really has been fantastic to witness how these races have played out. In 5 weeks' time, we get to do it all over again for the second round of the GTC and GTS title battle at Ningbo International. After that, of course, we'll have Zhuhai, and then we'll have great racing action in September back here at Shanghai International before the season finale in November at Sepang in Malaysia. So as you can see, we're under starting procedure for the opening ceremony of the Xiaomi China GT Championship GT3 race. We've got the parade of Xiaomis, all SU7 Ultras and YU7s around the Shanghai International Circuit, as well as the SU7 Special Edition bus, which is taking a very select group of VIPs on a tour around the circuit. I have to say, it's very rare that you get the opportunity to do this. I've had the opportunity in the past in Super GT to go on what they call a GT Safari, when you take a bus around the course and the spectators actually get to watch the race cars go around during a session. Only the Japanese would ever consider doing it. But wonderful for those guests, many of them very young, new faces to the world of motorsport. They get their chance to really see what this circuit is like up close and personal firsthand. Wonderful to see the fleet of Xiaomi SU7 Ultras. You're going to see a lot more of these cars in future. The CEO of Xiaomi is here, and for the first time really in the company's relatively short automotive production, we have got the first indication that they are passionate about motorsport and performance, and we could well see some Xiaomi's racing. Somebody actually said to me over the internet yesterday, can they do that? I mean, of course they can. If they can make hybrids and EVs, then they can pretty much enter anything they want to. They can certainly create their own racing formula if they wanted to. I'm sure they can make cars that will be run to a certain spec to compete in certain categories. I've certainly seen several Chinese brands go motor racing in their home country before, but this is the start of something quite special. Get ready for the revolution is all I can say. And this company, very serious indeed about their automotive production output. Don't forget, this is a brand that, to the Europeans and the North Americans, they make mobile phones predominantly. We haven't really seen the Xiaomi car in the West yet. However, I do stress the word yet, because these cars are going to go global very soon indeed. I mean, just look at them. Stunning pieces of machinery. It doesn't stop when you look from the exterior either. When you go inside the cars and actually sit in the passenger seats, these things, you understand, really are quite extraordinary pieces of machinery. It's quite funny. Somebody said to me yesterday, you really need to get one. I've got one, and I absolutely love it. And I have to say, every time I see the YU7 or the SU7 Ultra, the temptation grows. Wonderful, these guys really enjoying the opportunity to be on safari, getting a tour of the circuit. It's quite an incredible circuit, the Shanghai International Circuit. Opened in 2004, designed by the great Hermann Tilke, who is very much the blueprint designer of all the modern race circuits that are Formula One grade. You have to remember as well, of course, that when this circuit was built in Jiading district, all of the surrounding area was pretty much swamp marsh. So the way that this has been built up over the last 22 years to go from essentially swampland into what is now a very buzzing and thriving and ever-growing district. I was downtown in Jiading last night, went and ate at a Japanese restaurant, and the team told me, you know, you couldn't have eaten here 22 years ago. You are standing on what would have been a bog. Amazing what this circuit, and it is absolutely this circuit that has created this fantastic community. So it is fascinating to see how it's all gone on. Thanks for all your messages and your comments. Do please keep them coming in through the course of the day, as well as on GT3 coverage later. It's wonderful to have your company. Do tell us where you're tuning in from as well, because I know that China GT is not just a Chinese entity anymore. We've got so many international viewers around the world, and you're all very welcome indeed. What's Jake's IG? Asks Almaru. Jake Sanson Official. There you go. That'll do. Just search Instagram for the loud commentator bloke called Jake. It'll probably come up. What are these blue cars, says Butterfly? They are the Xiaomi SU7 Ultra. They are the first mobile phone company, ultimately, Xiaomi, to make proper automobile road cars, and they are absolutely beautiful. You're going to see a lot more of this brand over the next 10 years. Xiaomi is just starting to venture out of China to showcase what these cars can do. Isn't it amazing? 20 years ago, the Western automobile world looked at the Chinese output and were not particularly phased. Now, in 2026, it is looking like brands like Xiaomi are going to go global. And with machinery like that, I don't blame them. It's a very, very nice piece of kit. So wonderful to see how everybody is getting involved in it. Great to see people tuning in from as far as Ireland. Sharon Commody is tuning in from Ireland. Esfreezy is coming in from California in the United States of America. I'll be there in October. So I'm looking forward to getting a taste of California for the very first time in my capacity as the voice of the WGP1 Jet Ski World Series. Oh yes, not just cars, folks. Get to do a lot of the water racing sports as well for my sins, and I finally get to experience what life is like in California. We've also got Liliana Chai tuning in from Texas in the USA. I have to say, I have been to Texas before. Dallas-Fort Worth, very nice city, really enjoyed it. Vietnamese in Pennsylvania, says Simply BXG. Does that work? I'm sure it does. I've not been to Pennsylvania, to be fair, but I have been to Vietnam. I was there for one night. Really enjoyed my time in Ho Chi Minh, and I really would love to go back. Sky Blue Hippie from Indonesia. That's one that I definitely need to tick off my bucket list. Still need to go and watch races at Sentul. I very nearly got the chance to commentate for karting in Sentul. It was the week before COVID. I unfortunately had a job somewhere else. I was in the Netherlands and couldn't do the Sentul race. I signed up for the rest of the championship that year, and then into lockdown we went. And the whole world changed. Great to see everybody tuning in from wherever they are. There's quite a few from the United States tuning in for this. It just shows you how many U-Boat fans there are around the world. From sunny Florida, NGB captain from Kentucky, Lady Vamp Asia. And all the way from Sweden. I'm not quite going to get the chance to go to Sweden this year, but in 3 weeks' time, I will be in Finland. So that's close. It's not quite the same country. I've been to Sweden many times, though. Had a lot of great weekends at Kristianstad. So looking forward to going back to Sweden the next chance I possibly get. And Shahazi 695 all the way from Australia. Good for you. I got to spend some time in Gold Coast last month, again for jet skis. Loved it. Absolutely loved Australia. It was everything I was hoping it was going to be. Great to see everybody tuning in. Prakrichi is tuning in from Scranton. Goodness me. Well done, sir. Anisa Anastasia from Indonesia. Bye, Alex, tuning in from Russia. Watching from Canada is Ajik 20th Cent. That is definitely a country I need to go to. Haven't had the luxury of visiting Canada yet. I would love to. And later this year, I'll be going to where CTGWM is watching from, the Philippines. Would love to go to the Philippines. Looking forward to it. Aishas Thasai is watching all the way from the Maldives. That's one I need to go to. And Minyu Kim, oh, bless you, is watching from Sri Lanka. That's a second home for me. I love it in Sri Lanka. I got the chance to go to Colombo at the tail end of 2024, and I got treated like absolute royalty. I cannot fault the Sri Lankan hospitality. It is one of the most amazing countries. And so just before I got back on the plane home, I did the only thing I knew how to do to show my love for the nation. I bought a Sri Lanka cricket jersey, and I proudly wear it whenever I'm out and about. Fabulous, fabulous country. Hello to everybody in Sri Lanka. You are wonderful, wonderful people, and I adore you all. People watching from Indonesia, Holly Campbell, an Australian in South Korea. That's another country that I'll get to add to my calendar later this year, because the Lamborghini Super Trofeo is going to India in Korea later this year. That's another one I've always wanted to visit, so I'm excited for that one. Carly Beat says she's in the middle of nowhere in Utah. I wouldn't call that the middle of nowhere. Come on, you've got the Salt Flats. You guys have got it great. You've got Bonneville. That's one I definitely want to see. Amanda Jane tuning in from London in the UK. No doubt she'll have been delighted to see Georgi Dimitrov picking up a podium in the race a short while ago. And there is another Brit for her to cheer for in the GT3 race coming up, of course, because we've got the Formula One movie stunt driver, Ollie Milroy, going into the FIST AAI team, number 91, alongside Betty Chen. He was also a sports car champion in many different categories across Europe. And, of course, one of the main stunt drivers in the Mission Impossible franchise. So you'll get to cheer for him. Good to hear people tuning in as well from Hong Kong. Many people from Philippines. He's got such a good following in the Philippines. Wang Chiao from Malaysia. I'll be there next week. Come to Kuala Lumpur. Come and watch some more great racing at Sepang. Everyone tuning in and really enjoying themselves. Deborah Fair watching from Argentina. Hola, my friend. I need to do a Southeast Asia tour, says Simply BXG. I do. I'm based in Thailand these days. I really, really love it being out in Pattaya. I've been living there for a year and a half now, and I really can't wait to explore all of the countries around me. I've got the next 30 years to look forward to exploring all of these amazing countries across the Asian peninsula. I've been to a few of them already had some wonderful time in India, in Sri Lanka, in Thailand, in Malaysia, in Singapore, in Macau, in Hong Kong, and of course here in China. I can't wait to continue exploring. Great display from the team at Xiaomi with their beautiful SU7 Ultras and their YU7s as well. And we're just getting started with the parade here. There's a lot more to come. Tomoko is watching from Tokyo, Japan. And he's rooting for the number 96 and 97 crews. Good for you. You've got some great racing coming up for those teams, particularly for the number 96, although there has been some news going into the GT3 race. The balance of performance, which sometimes kicks in between races, they tried to do this with sports cars to make the competition as even as possible. 15 kilograms of weight has been added to the Porsche number 96, and 5 kilos to two of the other Porsches to even out the balance, whereas 5 kilograms of ballast has been taken off the Ferraris to try and even up the competition a little bit for this second race. So we could see an even more exciting race than we've already had. Kays Rose watching from Boston, Massachusetts. That's another place I've always wanted to go and see. And Evan Naut is watching all the way from Costa Rica.
嘉宾、各位车手、各位参与方以及现场所有热爱赛车运动的观众朋友们，大家好！引擎蓄势。各位领导、各位嘉宾、各位车手、各位参与方以及现场所有热爱赛车运动的观众朋友们，大家好！引擎蓄势，赛道起风，旌旗猎猎，万众瞩目。在这充满速度与激情的时刻，我们相聚在
Welcome back to the Xiaomi China GT Championship 2026 season opener here at Shanghai International Circuit. Very exciting to see everybody lining up on the starting grid for the GT3 encounter. And of course, with the pit lane now open, all of the cars are making their way to the starting grid.
全体车手致以最诚挚的问候。接下来，让我们欢迎来自河北蒙德练场满族蒙古族自治县舞蹈团，他们将带来蒙古族歌舞《换苍穹》，以空灵豪迈的旋律舒展奔放的舞姿，带我们奔赴苍茫草原，聆听苍穹。
Getting ourselves ready then for the start of the GT3 race here at Shanghai International Circuit for the China GT Championship, and it is wonderful to see everybody making their way out onto the starting grid. First of all, though, time for the national anthem. Actually, no, my apologies. The national anthem is coming later. We have the Mongolian dance troupe, first of all. We said there was going to be a nice bit of energy for the start of this second race, and we have definitely brought it. There's a real Mongolian feel to this warm-up. 2026 is bigger and better than it's ever been before. And so as the competitors make their way out onto the starting grid, the fans here in the stands get treated to some proper artistic culture, Mongolian style. Sport always has a habit of mixing well with art and culture, and so it's no surprise at all that we have really brought some proper, beautiful culture and artistic talents onto the starting grid. The fans obviously trying their best to get the close-up picture that they want of their man, who I believe has just gone out of the pit lane and will now take his position on the starting grid. He's going to have a tough job today, is Wang Yibo, along with his teammate Melvin Moe in the Uno Racing car. They're going on P24, but they had some problems yesterday. They seem to have cured those, apparently, for today. So let's see how it all goes. You're getting to see why this fantastic country gives us so much to the world. But that doesn't mean that tradition can't be blended with modern energy. I watched these guys rehearsing last night. They have so much energy, so much passion, so much charisma. Of course, you want a commentary over the top of this, but I'm quite tempted just to sit back and let them do their best. Enjoy it.
界舞蹈团带来的表演，仿佛把我们带到了辽阔苍茫的草原之上，让我们真切感受到了苍穹之下的壮美与深情。再次把热烈的掌声送给他们。
From the dance troupe here on the main straight. And of course the fans in the stands now being treated to the ceremony up on the main straight. So many dignitaries here, so many guests from the FIA, from various ASNs, from Xiaomi itself as a manufacturer. This is the first step into international territory for this championship. It is no longer just the Chinese Sports Car Championship. This is big, big stuff. All of the guests here being introduced, including the CEO of Xiaomi, Mr. Li Jun, very famous man here in China, and very influential man here in China. Wonderful to see so many fantastic guests from so many different walks of the industry here to support the continued growth of this amazing championship. Last year, there was about 30 cars total at one point over the season. This year, 57 into this weekend, so we now have to give them 2 different weekends.
Shanghai 情速赛事策划有限公司总经理 David D. Gobi.
And at the end, Davide De Gobi of Top Speed Race Events Limited, the man who has helped put all of this incredible show together.
现在，请全体起立，奏中华人民共和国国歌。
One of the most glorious and charismatic national anthems on the planet, the People's Republic of China.
宣布本次赛事开幕。
我宣布，2026小米中国超级跑车锦标赛开幕。
请领导们合影留念。好，感谢各位嘉宾的出席，开幕式到此结束。
Thank you to all of our dignitaries, all of our honoured guests. Isn't it amazing how things change in motorsport so quickly? The Xiaomi China GT Championship, now a proper national event, threatening very quickly to become an international event. We've got people watching on the stream from all over the world, from the United States, from Australia, from all across the Asian Peninsula, across Europe, and even South America as well. Wonderful to see you all here. Thank you for choosing to give up your afternoon, your morning, your midday, or your late at night to join us. What a brilliant race we're in for. 56 minutes plus the additional lap, and the second ever standalone GT3 race in the Xiaomi China GT Championship. Well, T is down on the starting grid, and he is with a very famous man, Mr. Li Jun, the CEO of Xiaomi Global.
我学赛车的话呢，主要的目的呢，还是为了把车造好。
Asking him, we've heard you've obtained your racing license. Do you have any plans to participate in racing yourself? He said the license was indeed obtained to gain a more professional understanding of the track and vehicles. But frankly, compared to the professional drivers, I've got a long way to go.
运动在中国更快的普及。
Today, my main task is to cheer everyone on and be a good flag bearer. As for participating in the future,
看到这么多车主和家人们都来到了现场，还有现场这么热烈的掌声，你有什么样的感触？
站在这
What
个
message
赛道
does
上
Xiaomi hope to convey by supporting top-tier
那我也
domestic
是希望
motorsport
我们
events
能
like
早日
China
看到我
GT?
们的雷总啊！再一次感谢雷总接受我们的采访。
He says his goal is simple: to create products for users that can withstand the test of the racetrack. He actually put out a press release earlier today. The racetrack is the fairest place. Xiaomi is determined to build high-performance cars. We hope to contribute to letting more people understand China's motorsport culture. There are no filters, only results on the track. By using the SU7 Ultra and YU7 as safety car and medical car here in China GT, we're putting them directly into the most demanding environments to test their performance. The SU7 Ultra performed well on the Nürburgring and domestic racetracks here in China, and more models will be challenging it in the future. Recently, their new generation SU7 broke domestic track records again. That'll be announced in detail soon. Seeing so many car owners passionate about motorsport culture here at the track makes it all worthwhile. They also welcome all attendees at the circuit to test drive the Xiaomi SU7 Ultra. When you have time, you'll definitely be amazed. So whether you be in North America, South America, across the African nations, around the European Peninsula, in the Gulf, we send all our prayers out to you guys in hard times, of course. Across the Asia-Pacific regions, all the way from Turkey in the far west to Australia in the Near East. Wonderful to see you all on the stream, and great to be with you. The Xiaomi China GT Championship 2026 continues with its second race of the season. Pole position for the win here, Porsche. Bob Yuan will start the race in the 96. They've been given a 15-kilogram handicap, part of the balance of performance to make sure all the cars are even and competitive with each other. The Ferraris have had 5 kilograms lifted, by the way. The Porsche still has 15 kilograms added. So wonderful to see everybody put on a great spectacle and showcase. Second on the grid, the Climax Treble 9 will be there on second position of the starting grid. That's going to be Mike Zhou and Bailey Hall, the Australian who races in Supercars and Super 2 this year. For Absolute Racing, the number 63, that is the Lamborghini of Akash Nandi and Alex Niang. It'd be great to see them go off third position off the grid. 33 in fourth position, I should say, sorry, is one of the top national teams. National teams denoted, of course, by the fact that they carry 2 drivers of the same nation, China. And the TVC by 610 racing crew will have Yang Baiqi and Peter Li together in the TVC by 610 car. Fifth on the grid for the Gaha machine, the 328, that is the BMW, shared by Li Hanyu and Uzi Yang. There is CC Emily, going full gusto on the main straight. Full of vibes, full of good banter and energy. She's a fantastic DJ. She's spent most of the last 72 hours preparing for these 60 minutes or so pre-race that she's got to hang out with people. Very cool customer. Check her out, follow her online. Very, very good DJ indeed. Great to hear. CC Emily doing her thing. Gaha Racing, 5th position on the grid. The Harmony Racing team that just took victory in the GT Cup race. Well, the number 22 Ferrari is going to be starting P6 on the grid. The 22 of Minhang and Liu Hangchen in the black Harmony Racing Ferrari. 7th on the grid for Level Motorsports in the number 26 car. That is the Level Motorsports Audi of Jackson Chuang and Su Yanming. 8th on the grid for the Phantom Global Racing car that came second yesterday. The 66 of Chris Chia and Enzo Trulli, the Italian from Pescara in Italy, 21 years of age, and of course the son of the Monaco Grand Prix winner from 2004, Jarno Trulli. 9th position on the grid for the Origin Motorsport Porsche number 55. That is Jason Gu and Martin G. And then rounding up the top 10, another of the Apex Harmony Ferraris. This is the Apex Predator car, 116 of Zhang Yulin and Liu Kaishun. A grand total of 28 cars and very nearly 56 drivers, because I think there's only a couple of cars in the field, maybe even only one car in the field that has only got one driver at the wheel. And that is going to be the number 510 of Johnson Huang, the Chinese Taipei racer for 610 Racing in the Audi R8 LMS. CC Emily really getting this crowd going. And when you've got 48,000 spectators in the stands, fair play. So very good work indeed to hype up the crowd, and they are going to have quite the show. This used to be just a little motorsport event about 12 months ago. Not anymore. Suddenly, it is a must-attend spectacle. And don't forget, folks, put these dates in your diary. You've got plenty of opportunities to see the China GT Championship firsthand. even if you've got to travel in from far and wide, still plenty of opportunities for you to do so, as we've got 5 race weekends, including this one, over the course of the year. In May, at the end of the month, we go to Ningbo for the second round of the championship. In July, we'll be in Shanghai, not too far away from Macau and Hong Kong, down in the Greater Bay Area. September, we're back here at Shanghai International. And if China is too far to travel, you've got another chance in November to go to Malaysia on the Sepang circuit, just outside the capital city of Kuala Lumpur. Take in the sights of one of the most beautiful countries in the world. They say Malaysia is truly Asia. Well, we're going to find out in November. Of course, as much as there are great times here, motorsport is a little bit somber this morning and this afternoon. We had some rather sad news from the Nürburgring yesterday. It's relevant to us because not only is it the same category of race car, but a lot of the drivers here also compete in the Nürburgring Langstrasse series in Germany. And rather sadly, in the ADAC 24-hour Nürburgring qualifiers yesterday, we had the rather sad news of the passing of Juha Mittinen, very talented driver, 66 years of age, who sadly succumbed to injury sustained in an accident yesterday. All of our hearts go out to him and the motorsport community. Every racing driver will have felt it. Racing is always going to be dangerous. It can never be safe. We can only make it safer. And so we send our best wishes to Juha Mittinen and the family and all of the motorsport community at the Nürburgring, feeling it a little bit this weekend. But of course, we send all our hearts and best wishes to the drivers, the teams, the engineers, the marshals and the officials in particular, who will be putting themselves on the front line. And all of our hearts and minds go out to the families. It's never easy to go and watch your loved ones racing. You always want the best for them. But of course, they are doing what they choose. They love it. You can never make the sport safe, as I mentioned before, only safer. And we're rather hopeful that today is going to give us plenty more to smile about. We'll always keep the missed and lost drivers in our hearts. But of course, for them, as they would want us to, we race on. Loving the energy from CC Emily, keeping us all very happy and very up-tempo. What a great spectacle. The start of the race coming up soon, of course. 28 crews in total. And there's plenty of international interest for all those of you who are watching from around the world. There are plenty of Chinese drivers on the grid, but for those of you watching from around the world, you've got plenty of others to cheer for. The Elegant Racing team is the only team on the grid that doesn't have a single Chinese driver. Alex Liu, the team leader of Elegant, the man from Macau, the Chinese special region, of course, alongside the 18-year-old from Germany, based in Ham, Tom Kalender, the GT Masters champion 2 years ago at the tender age of just 16. I still can't believe that's possible. From Hong Kong, we have Liu Hangchen of the Harmony Racing team. For Chinese Taipei, we have 2 drivers on the starting grid. Johnson Huang, the Lone Ranger in the 610 Racing number 58. And for the number 26, Level Motorsports Audi as well, Jackson Chuang. And of course, for those watching out in North America, you've got somebody to cheer for from Toronto, in Ontario, in Canada. Samantha Tan, the 28-year-old megastar, 24-hour GT Series GT4 class champion 5 years ago. And she won on her debut in the AM class yesterday for KRC in the BMW alongside Ginger Jiang. Anybody who still thinks women can't race, go away. You are clearly wrong. From Malaysia, we have Akash Nandi for the Absolute Racing team in the Lamborghini Huracan, the man, 29 years of age, from Kuala Lumpur. Great to see him. He'll be battling for the overall victory as well as the class victory. For Italy, we have 2 men who are sons of great Formula One stars of the past. Enzo Trulli, the 21-year-old from Pescara for Phantom Global Racing in the Porsche, alongside Chris Chia, and the man who got a class podium yesterday, the 20-year-old from Padua, Shakespearean country, Lorenzo Patrese, for the FIST AAI Ferrari. Great to see him out there, alongside Lin Yu, the man who escorted Eric Johansson to the championship title last year. Johansson has gone on to other things, so we are back in action with Lorenzo Patrese in the FIST AAI number 90. This time, he's in a Ferrari rather than a BMW. They do have a BMW at FIST AAI, and there is an international driver in that car as well. For Great Britain, Ollie Milroy in the number 91 alongside Betty Jen. But Ollie Milroy, many people will know of him if they are sports car fans. GT World Challenge European Champion 2022, Asian Le Mans Champion 2022, and raced at both Daytona and Sebring in the 24 hours and 12 hours earlier this year. But those who will want to keep an eye on the number 91 of Ollie Milroy, you'll also know him, or at least know his work, if you are a movie fan, because of course Ollie Milroy was one of the key stunt drivers in the Mission Impossible franchise and in the recent F1 movie. So we've got an F1 movie stunt driver in the grid here today. Number 91, the BMW of Ollie Milroy and Betty Chen. Keep an eye on that car, as they'll be charging their way through the pack. We have another German in the field as well, from Adenau, which is Nürburgring country. Nico Menzel is here, the 28-year-old Porsche official driver, GT World Challenge Asia race winner last season, also won the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia champion in 2016, aged back in at the age of 19. The GT3 Championship is about to resume with the second race of the weekend. Time to get the most exciting show you'll see in China today. The Xiaomi China GT Championship, Round 1, Race 2 of the GT3 category on the Shanghai International Circuit, the home of Formula 1 in China since 2004. I'm Jay Sanson in the commentary box, here to guide you through the action. It's going to be a fantastic battle on this circuit, which has been here for just over 20 years now. A wonderful venue to go motor racing. Here is the circuit in full, designed by Hermann Tilke and shaped vaguely in the shape of the Chinese symbol for Shang. Fantastic to see all of the competitors lined up in position on the starting grid. 28 cars in total, 55 drivers rather than 56, because there is one car that only has a single driver. And so we are getting ready for another exciting battle out on the course. Multiple classes within the race, of course. Pro-Am, International, National, AM and Masters. 5 podiums over the course of the day. So there's plenty of races to watch within the race. I'm in the commentary box, but down on the grid walk, it is our mate T down there in position. And boy, has he got a lot of energy and atmosphere down on the grid to soak up. Ni hao, T, what's happening down on the starting grid?
现场的以及电视机前的各位车迷朋友们，大家下午好！您正在收看的是2026小米 China GT 第2回合 GT3 比赛的直播现场，我是现场的主持人小 T， 我们一起来看一下我们现场的观众究竟有多少。天哪，这个现在的天气相比于昨天来说呢，温度是有所下的。我们一起给电视机前的观众们打个招呼吧。可以看到现场是非常的热情啊。那么现在的天气温度呢，刚刚我看上来还是21度，但是此时此刻我估计已经来到24度。但是根据我们现在知道的一个湿度状况，应该是赛道差不多是64%左右的一个湿度。相比于上午的比赛，现在温度会稍微有所上升，对于轮胎的负担也会有所上涨。那由于一般的习惯，大家在第2回合的比赛，也就是本周末的最后一场比赛，对于车损来说，他们昨天也都是站上了全场 overall 的领奖台。我们再一起慢慢的往后走，身后我左手边也是大家屏幕机前的右手边这一台 TBC 的赛车，可以说应该大家很多车迷特别喜欢他们家的车模，一直都是断销的一个状态。那同样的，这里来自 Absolute Racing 的兰博这台车的涂装一看就知道是什么，没错，就是我们奥特曼的一个涂装。我们来看一下。车手梁家彤马上就要上车了，我们来给梁家彤做一个简单的采访。家彤，有没有时间简单接受一下采访？好。因为现在马上就要比赛了，现在现场是如此热烈，而且你的发车顺位这一场比赛非常的不错。对于整体的比赛，车队现在有什么样的预期和计划吗？
因为今天的话呢，我们会采用旧胎起步，所以相比于周围所有采用新胎的赛车，我们会有一定的劣势。但是我相信在正赛的节奏上，我们的赛车是有一定的优势的。希望我们可以在前几圈当中，更好的去应对轮胎的劣势，然后尽可能获得一个更好的赛道位置。因为我们在停站的时候，我们 Pro 组的车有多20秒的停站，所以希望在第1棒的时候是一个 Green Race， 然后我们可以拉开差距，为第2棒我的队友有更好的发挥做一个铺垫。
好，马上比赛了，也祝愿你比赛顺利，谢谢。好，那因为我们 GT 赛事的比赛相对于其他的比赛还是有很多的不一样，我们将会采用的是一个叫 Rolling Start， 也就意味着它是一个滚动发车。在滚动发车的比赛情况之下，其实主要的几个目的，第一呢是可以保护赛车的变速箱，第二呢，因为 GT3相对来说车也是比较贵的，那这样一来也可以相对来说降低在发车阶段的一个车损。在 Rolling Start 的情况之下，比赛都会非常的激烈。现在呢已经开始出示倒计时牌了，那么所有的车手现在已经准备坐到车上去了。现在在现场，我是真的再来看一下这边的车迷们，大家下午好不好？对。那么在 GT3 今天将会有28台赛车，在上赛这条赛道20多台赛车，再加上今天的 GTS 和 GTC 29台赛车，如此多的赛车，再加上还有各种电赛的情况之下，我们可以看到所有的超跑的 GT3 组别在这里同场较量。那么对于不同组别的车来说，他们也会有 Pro 组、AM 组、AM 加组以及 Master 组。那在不同的组别，他们的积分还有他们的成绩将会进行一个单独计算。因此呢，对于不同级别的车手，他们也会分为 Silver， 然后包括Golden 以及 AM 车手，他们会有不同的进站的加罚的时间，以此来尽可能确保比赛可以更加的精彩。好的，那我这边的 Great Tour 就到这里结束了。那接下来我们把镜头再一次回到我们的直播间。
Sure, T, thanks for all of the energy down on the straight. I promise you, that man's got absolute bags of it. I do wonder if he had an energy drink before he went out onto the starting grid. He's got a heck of a lot more energy than a lot of the people I've worked with in the past. But of course, he's waiting to get himself back behind the wheel of a racing car again. Motorsport is expensive, and T is a very talented racing driver in and of his own right. I'm hoping that all those watching who have got a little bit of money to invest and want to see some great racing from T, well, please do go and invest in him. Get him on the grid. He deserves his chance again. Meanwhile, though, the GT3 drivers lining up on the starting grid, in position, ready for action. The 328 lining up 5th on the grid. That's the Gaha racing machine of Utsi Yang. He's going to have a very busy day at the office trying to work his way up the order alongside Li Hanyu. But there is the pole sitter, Bob Yuan, in the win here, Porsche. They've had 15 kilograms of ballast added to this in the balance of performance, so let's see if we're going to get a slightly better run from this particular car today, or whether it will be pretty much the same. All eyes on Bob Yuan as he tries to get himself ready for an exciting challenge. They took a fantastic victory yesterday, and they're hoping to get the same done again today. But just because they won 24 hours ago does not necessarily mean they'll get the chance to do it again. 5 kilograms of ballast has been lifted from the Ferraris, 15 kilograms added to the Porsches. So that balances out the performance a little bit. There's the man who helped the team to get their first podium on their first appearance together. The Climax Racing Mercedes 999 of Mike Zhou. Mike Zhou will start the race, and he'll hand over to his teammate Bailey Hall, the Australian from Gold Coast in Queensland, who of course will be spending his season in the Supercars and Super 2 championships with a sporadic program. He of course won in the Porsche Carrera Cup Australia in 24 and 25. He competed at Bathurst in the Intercontinental GT Challenge earlier this year, and he raced in both the Porsche Carrera Cup Australia and Asia last season. In fact, he was the junior champion in Australia last season. Not bad for the age of 22. Number 63, the Lamborghini Huracan, the lone Lamborghini Huracan in the race. And it's the fantastic Alex Liang who will start the race, or Liang Jiatong to our Chinese viewers. And Alex Liang will be alongside Akash Nandi, the Malaysian. And yeah, Alex Liang with a great chance to continue his journey forward. There is the number 33 BMW driven by Yang Baiji, winner in the Chinese GT last year at Shanghai. And he'll hand over to his teammate Peter Li, the 32-year-old from Guangzhou, a little bit later on in the race. Great to see these battles all the way down the grid. You've got to remember there are 5 podium ceremonies at the end of this race for the GT3 categories in Pro-Am, International, National, Am and Masters. It'll be fascinating to see who gets the podiums in all 3 positions. Could be a very interesting race. That basically means that with 5 podiums, we've got so many chances for silverware. Let's go through the grid. The win here, Porsche, of Yuan Bo and Andy Deng, alongside Bailey Hall and Mike Zhou. Second row of the grid, the Absolute Racing number 63 Lamborghini of Akash Nandi and Alex Liang. Yang Baiji and Peter Li in the 610 Racing number 33 BMW. Then it is the Gaha machine of Li Hanyu and Yu Xiang, the BMW, alongside the Ferrari of Liu Hangchen and Min Hung for Harmony. Level Motorsports in P7 with the number 26 crew, and the Phantom Global Racing Machine, number 66, for Chris Chia and Enzo Trilli. Rounding out the top 10, we have the Origin number 55. That is going to be Martin Xi and Jason Gu in their Porsche, alongside the Apex Predator Ferrari of Zhang Yulin and Liu Kishun. Then we've got the 326 Racing Team, number 511 of Wu Yifan and Lu Zichen, alongside Lee's, Dongsheng and Donghui in the Climax. Then 610 Racing, Han Jingfeng and Yang Xiaowei in the 610. That is the Audi, alongside Hubo and Zhao Tiquan in the 610 Racing. Their teammates Yang Haoji and Liu Kaoliu are next up, alongside the elegant Mercedes of Alex Liu and Tom Kalenda. Then it's Chen Chenhua and Ron Huang, alongside Zhang Zhendong and Zhang Mingyang. Kitty Dong is going to work his way up from 18th. 19th on the grid, it is the Fist AAI car of Lin Yu and Lorenzo Patrese, and the winners in AM class yesterday, Samantha Tan, alongside Jiang Jiawei. Jing Yanbin and Ray Wu, alongside Chen Fangping and Elias Sepinen, the Finn for Climax Racing, aboard their Ferrari. Then 23rd on the grid, the incipient of Zhao Min and Wang Wancheng, alongside Wang Yibo and Melvin Mo for the Uno 85 team. 25th on the grid, the 610 Racing Machine of Johnson Wang. He's alone in this one, the second of the Uno Motorsport cars of Rio and Anson Chen. And the final row of the starting grid for Fist AAI, it's Betty Chen and Ollie Milroy in the BMW, along with Li Neng and Nico Menzel, all the way back in the Phantom Global. Such an incredible array of teams and battlers in this race. You're going to see some fantastic racing across the GT3 contentions. And don't forget, of course, we've got 5 different classes to keep an eye on. So even if the leaders are not who you're cheering for, you've got plenty of opportunities to roar your racers home in Pro-Am, in International, in National, in Am and Masters. All of the fans in the stands will be keeping an eye on the Am class, because their boy, Wang Yibo, starting from P24 on the grid, is obviously going to be giving them a chance to go for a podium today. They got a podium last year, but that was in a very different era of the Xiaomi China GT Championship, when we had GT3s alongside GTC and GTS. It's become much tougher in 2026, because now it's all GT3 only. So that means that there are so many more cars, so many more even competitors, and that makes 2026 the hardest motorsport campaign that Wang Yibo and all of the rest of the drivers have ever faced. There is the Xiaomi SU7 Ultra, the safety car running them around the field to get them up to speed. It's a rolling start formation, of course, not like Formula One where they're brought to the grid and the lights go out one after another and then they all extinguish together. It's not a standing start, it's a rolling start. That means they will run through in the 2 rows out of the final turn, still travelling, but in formation in 2 rows. And when the lights go out, then they can hit the throttle and go racing. There's the YU7. That is the car that's being used this weekend as the medical car. Very impressive piece of kit, I have to say. So now the focus turns to our incredible drivers. 55 of them in total. And they all want to go for the victory. There'll be races in Pro-Am, races in the international class, races in the national class, races in the AM class, and races in the Masters class. And every single one of those races has got at least 3 contenders per class. So it really will be a race across each of those battles. And as all of the contenders line up in position, we've got 56 minutes plus the additional lap. And it will all come down to the patience and the discipline of the drivers. As we've said many times before in this sport, you can not win the race on the first lap, but you can definitely lose it. There in the background, we've got the drivers just getting themselves into position. Here they come in single file. They will now on the back straight form up into 2 tram lines. The lights are out on the safety car. That means we're going to form up the grid. Yuan Bo, Silby Huang, Yang Jiatong, Yang Baiqi, Uzi Yang, Min Heng, Su Yanming, Chris Chia and Gu Meng. Everyone getting excited in the Dixel BMW awning. That's the team at Gaha, currently starting in P5. Behind Chris Chia, we've got Gu Meng, Zhang Huilin, Lu Zichen, Li Dongshang, Han Jingfeng, Zhao Ziquan, Yang Haoji, Alex Liu, Chen Chenhua, Zhang Meng, Lin Yu, Jiang Jiawei, Ray Wu, Chen Fanping, Wang Wencheng, Wang Yibo, Johnson Huang, Chen Yichong, Chen Yinyu, and Li Ning. The amateur drivers start the race, the pro drivers take over later. So there really are no second chances. They come off the final turn and it's going to be Porsche versus Mercedes, Lamborghini versus BMW to the first corner. It's going to be a fantastic battle right from the get-go. The drivers are ready. The Xiaomi China GT Championship, race 2 of round 1 in GT3 is underway. Let's race at Shanghai. Good start from the climax. Mike Show's going to get squeezed here. There could be a chance from Liang Jiatong in the Lamborghini to try and force his way up the middle of the inside row. But so far, so good for Bob Yuan. The Porsche takes his way through the first sector, very neat and tidy. And that's the BMW on the move. That's the 33 coming forward. Yang Baiqi trying to keep his position in front of Uzi Yang in the Gaha. But they're going to be side by side. There's not a lot of racetrack to play with for Uzi Yang. He goes onto the curb and manages to save the car. But it is Porsche, Mercedes, Lamborghini, a pair of BMWs, the Audi, and then 2 Porsches and a Ferrari. Great battle on the opening sector. Bob Yuan leading the way. And the win here, Porsche already starting to go further back into the distance. I think I saw Wang Yibo having a nice battle there with Johnson Huang in the tail end of the field as well. Just keep it neat and tidy on the first lap, guys. Don't need to overcook it. Just be patient. Very important that you don't rush this process. Bob Yuan leads the way. Mike Show already with some pressure from Liang Jiatong. And as they work their way through the S's, it's already going pretty good, guns blazing. Drivers making good work of things on the first lap. But look at the gap that Bob Yuan is already pulling in the win here, Porsche. Even with a 15 kilos excess baggage, he's still able to get the most out of that Porsche. That's because the AM drivers have such disparity between them. It's about anywhere between 6 to 8 seconds per lap between these guys in terms of raw speed. It's not so noticeable in the pro drivers rankings, and that's definitely going to make the last stint of the weekend very exciting, because there'll be differing speeds on track at the same time. Chelsea Kwan dives in on the inside of the Apex Predator Ferrari. Is that going to be enough of an opportunity for Chelsea Kwan? No, he has to concede. At the moment, we've got Chris Chia, team principal of the Phantom Global Racing team, in the number 66, trying his best to shake off the attentions of the Apex Predator Ferrari as the BMWs are set to go side by side into turn 1. Further back, that's the Ferrari, the number 90 of Lin Yu, trying to get up the inside of the Level Motorsport Mercedes at Chechenois, and the 3 men go wide. And it's the Ferrari that comes out on top. Some good battles on the first lap then. Oh, a big run wide there from the BMW. That is Jiang Jiawei, unfortunately, dropping to the tail of the field. So not exactly what the KRC team had in mind. They won the AM class yesterday. They're currently in dead last. Up the inside, that's a move from the 510. Sorry, the 610, my apologies. That is Han Zhongfeng getting on the inside of Lin Yu in the Ferrari. Lin Yu, of course, shared the driving duties last year with the champion Erik Johansson. There is the number 3, driven by Alex Liu, the Macanese, and the team principal of Elegant Racing. He shares that car with the 18-year-old Tom Kalenda. Everybody's still facing the right way. No major concerns at the moment. And everybody's kept it clean for the first couple of laps. That gives them the chance to settle in with these tyres and brakes and get into a rhythm. Nice work so far. Car number 90. First warning for track limits. Goodness me. So that is the number 90, the Ferrari of Lin Yu. He's got to be very careful not to overexert himself too much. So Bob Yuan leads the way in the win here, Porsche. Then the climax, treble 9 of Mike Zhou. And then Alex Liang, or Liang Jiatong, in the Lamborghini. The BMWs are next up. That's Yang Baiji and Uzi Yang. Then the Audi of Su Yanming in the level car. The Ferrari of Min Hong. A couple of drivers diving for a move on the inside line of the hairpin. Time to see if some of these moves will come up to anything. A few daring attempts. It's good to see drivers really sticking their neck out and trying to go for it. A mistake there from Jason Gu. So Jason Gu could end up losing out here to Chris Chia, who's going to pull level and try and dive up the inside line. He commits to his line. Jason Gu goes long and wide. Is that going to be enough for Chris Chia? Yes, it is. He manages to get the radius his way. And so the Phantom Global Porsche gets ahead of the Origin Porsche, number 55. There's an off in the background. That's the Ferrari of Lin Yu. So Lin Yu has gone wide and recovered after losing about 4 or 5 places, I would think. So that's big difficulty for Lin Yu. The starting stint of a race is very different to the second stint of the race. Just getting to the second stint is the task for the AM drivers now. Yesterday, all they had to do was finish the race. Now they've got to battle in the opening stages and keep their neck on the line. So not easy to see how it's all going to play out, but everybody's certainly working hard. Track limits first warning already for the 328. That is Uzi Yang in the Gaha BMW. So they are currently running in P5. Nobody is safe from track limits by the look of it. Certainly a very solid effort thus far. 50 minutes to go in this second race of the weekend for the GT3 drivers. Little flash of the lights from Zhang Meng in the KRC BMW, hoping to catch out the 610 of Han Zhongfeng in the 610 Racing Audi. But he's not going to be caught out quite so easily. He's no old hand. He knows what he's doing. Down the back straight. The Climax Mercedes in front of the Absolute Lamborghini. Then the TBC by 610 BMW, the Gaha BMW, the Level Audi, and the Harmony Ferrari, and it's tipped around into a spin! Yang Baiji spins in the BMW, and that's right on the inside of the racing line. He's going to lose about 6 places, I would think. So Yang Baiji not in the slightest bit happy. I couldn't quite tell whether there was contact or not. We'll have to look at the replay. But certainly Yang Baiji losing, I would say, about 5 places in total. And now trying to hold off from the Apex Predator. Someone's got off in front. So someone going very wide in the first turn. A little bit of an issue for the Level Audi going through. Certainly some dust kicked up. That was probably from the cars in front, by the way. So, bit of an interesting moment there. Let's have a look at what happened. Yang Baiji having a little bit of an attack from the inside, was it? Did the BMW try a little bit too eagerly to get through? Yes, he did. There was a nudge. So I'm afraid Utsi Yang has gone into the back of Yang Baiqi. And, well, the 610 Racing team are not going to be happy at that. I would have expected a word with the stewards on that one. The race goes on, and look at the gap already. The win here, Porsche, is already 3 seconds clear of the Climax Mercedes of Mike Zhou. But it's fabulous work for Bob Yuan, who is just loving his life in the lead. His lap times currently a 2-minute flat .9. Everyone else is in the 2:01s or the 2:02s minimum. And the fastest of the slowest cars is in the 2:09s. So that tells you we've got about 8 to 9 seconds difference between the fastest lap of the slowest car and the fastest lap of the fastest car. That's the difference in the AM drivers. In the pro drivers, it's probably only about 2 to 3 seconds tops. Under investigation, the incident between the 328 and the 33. I would probably bet my house on the fact that there is a penalty coming the way of the Gaha Racing number 328 crew. Down to the braking zone for the hairpin, up on the inside line, the 18, Zhang Meng in the KRC BMW. Is that going to work? There's just enough space for the 2 cars to go round. See, that's how you're supposed to do it. Han Zhengfeng really working hard to keep in front of Zhang Meng in the KRC BMW. And that was very mature. Leave the space, but make sure you tidy up the exit. And again, they're having to defend the inside line. Here comes the KRC BMW again. Zhang Meng fancying a look. No, you don't. Holds in round the outside. Tightens back in on the radius. No chance. Have you got anything better than that? You're going to need a miracle to get past me. Even on the grass, the 777 of Li Dongshen having to take avoiding action before there was contact there. He'll hand over to Li Donghui later on in the race, of course. Very close battle indeed between these drivers. Down to the braking zone. Tightening up on the inside line, the 610 still defending the position from the 610 Racing team of Han Zhengfeng, with Zhang Meng of the KRC team all over the back. Zhang Meng for KRC, doing a grand job in this particular car, the KRC BMW. Zhang Mengyang, very talented driver, raced China GT and TCR Asia last year, competed in the Shanghai 8 hours last year, and actually came 4th in the class he was racing in, which was Pro-Am. Now an 8-hour race is very, very different. That takes a lot of strategy, a lot of patience. These races are obviously 1 hour in duration. That's what happens when you get loose in a BMW. Oh, scary moment there for Zhang Mengyang. The car washes out from underneath him. You're wrestling for control. And it's almost like being balanced on the edge of a shopping cart. It just wobbles like crazy. But he was able to nurture it. He was able to get back under wraps. But as a result, he's now under pressure from the Mercedes of Chen Chunhua. Up the inside, Chen Fangping had a look at it. The Ferrari of Francis Chen, or Chen Fangping, just a little bit too eager there. And now the Garfield Audi's got through. So the 68 of 33R Harmony, that is Xingyan Bin, I do believe, who's managed to come through and take the place. No, my apologies, it's Ray Wu at the wheel at the moment. Audi versus Audi into turn 1. Audi versus BMW into turn 1. And it's Audi on top both times, of course. So Climax versus Lamborghini in the hunt for second place. Then it's Su Yanmeng. So Su Yanmeng's done a great job. He's up into 4th place now. 5th is the 328 BMW of Utsi Yang. And Minhang in the Harmony Ferrari. We're going to see a replay now. This is what happens when you lose it in a BMW. Watch. The front end washes away. Whoa! Save of the season from Zhang Mengyang. And then a corner later, this wasn't quite the save of the season, although to a certain extent, he did save himself from big disaster there, Francis Chen. What are we going to see here? Oh, whoops! That's a double spin for the Audis. That did not end well. So that is Lu Zicheng and Han Zhengfeng, I do believe. They've collided with each other, the 326 and 610 racing cars. That's a world of disaster. They have dropped out of 12th and 13th and tumbled a long way down the order. So all sorts of banter and badinage again. So Bob Yuan leading the race in Pro-Am and in the national category as well. So it looks like they're going to pick up 2 winning trophies because they're going to win in 2 separate classes at the same time. Totally acceptable, totally legal. Because they're eligible for the Pro-Am category based on their status as drivers with their particular license grades. And of course they're also eligible for the national class because both drivers are from China. The international class is where you've got 1 driver from China and 1 driver from overseas. And then we've also got the amateur class. That is all of the drivers currently showing up on your screens with a blue number. So the amateur class drivers have their own class. And then we have masters drivers, but we've only got 3 of those at the moment. But though one of those masters is currently in 16th place, and that is Ray Wu in the Garfield Audi. It's great to see the masters having a team right up in the top 20 at the moment. Wang Yibo has just worked his way up into 20th place as well as a result of the spinning Audis. So he is now trying to chase after Han Zhengfeng. And I can tell you at the moment that in the AM Plus category, he is up into 7th place. So that's definitely progress made by Wang Yibo. But they've still got a long way to go before they're floating with a podium. Just keep it together, though. That's the thing. Just keep it together. The more clean you keep it, the more likely your car is going to be in a better state in the second half. And let's not forget that the man he hands over to is going to be Melvin Mo, the 37-year-old from Sabang Jaya in Selangor, Malaysia. Sepang 12 Hours winner last year in the GT3 AM Masters category. Has competed in everything from the Shanghai 8 Hours to the Sepang 12 Hours, raced in GTC Asia, the TCR Spa 500 back in the day. He also owns a simulator facility in downtown Singapore. So fabulous to see the battles as they continue. There is the 55. That's the battle for 8th place then. Gumang, Zhao Ziquan and Yang Baiqi. Porsche, Porsche, Porsche. And in the background, that looks like the BMW to me. Although I could be wrong. That's 33. Yes, it is the BMW. And then in the background, we've got the Apex Predator Ferrari of Zhang Huling. Keep it neat and tidy. Keep it together. Very easy to make mistakes in this first stint. So they're just going to try and work their way through as gradually as possible. Oh, the BMW really flirting with the edge of the racetrack. The second you drop it on that final corner, you're going into the gravel. You've got to be so delicate, so balanced. And it's very difficult to be precise on a circuit like this. It's a real test of the skill of the driver. So Bob Yuan in the win here, Porsche leads the way by 5.5 seconds to Mike Zhou in the Climax Mercedes, Liang Jiatong in the Absolute Lamborghini, then Su Yanmeng in the Audi for Level Motorsports, Wu Ziyang in the Gaha BMW. And then Min Hung in the Harmony Ferrari in P6. So get that, we've got a Porsche, a Mercedes, a Lamborghini, a BMW, an Audi and a Ferrari in the top 6. 6 different manufacturers in the top 6 places. Not bad. And when you consider that 6 manufacturers is all we have in this category, apart from the Mercedes, very impressive indeed. I'm trying to look through the field actually and see which is the... Oh, no, sorry, we do have the Mercedes in the top 6, the Climax car. So yeah, all 6 manufacturers that are represented in this category have a car in the top 6, including the Lamborghini, of which there's only 1 in the field. That's how competitive GT3 racing is. It doesn't matter which car you show up with, it's how you engineer it, it's how you look after it. So down the back straight, still looking good between Su Yanmeng, Wu Ziyang and Min Hung. Good battle for 4th. We're going to look back over the replay of the start. Watch the Climax Mercedes on the right of your picture, trying to get the overhaul on the win here, Porsche. A little bit of banter between them. There was a little door left open for the Lamborghini, but right round the outside, the Mercedes trying to get level with the Porsche, but it was nice and easy in the end. Through that long, long flowing hairpin that seems to go on forever. But this is how you get a clean start. Look at it, very nicely done. Close quarters, very tight, close proximity. A couple of near misses, but that's how you get a start perfectly. Didn't continue perfect, There have been a couple of moments of drama since then. That spin from Lin Yu in the Ferrari, and who was that had to take avoiding action right behind him as well? That was lightning reflexes required. And then, of course, we had this moment for Bang Yojie. Very unfortunate. They've made it back to 10th position in the BMW, but they were certainly higher up than they were. And this is the run wide from Chris Chia. Not easy when you've got so many drivers to race against. He somehow managed to fill the gap, though, that was left over between the between the 55 of Jason Gu and Cao Ziquan in the 610 racing car. So out in front, the Win Here Porsche. We're getting ready for the pit stop window, and that's where things can get very interesting indeed. All comes down to patience and discipline here. Got to keep the car going. In GT racing, you can race as hard as you like, but it's so even and so competitive. You can really make the benefit by just staying patient and letting other people get it wrong. So looking at the way things currently play out, Pro-Am is led by the Win Here Porsche in front of the Climax Mercedes. The next one up is the Origin 55 of Jason Gu, or Gumeng. In the AM category, it is currently Suyen Meng and the Level Motorsports Audi that leads the way in front of Utsi Yang in the Gaha BMW and Min Hang in the Harmony Ferrari. Fourth in the AM class, the Climax 777 of Li Dongsheng. The Level Motorsports number 15 Mercedes of Kevin Chun. And then in sixth place in the category, it is the 610 Racing, number 610, the Audi belonging to Han Jingfeng. And the next car in the class is Wang Yibo, the 85 in the Uno Racing Mercedes, in front of the KRC that won the class yesterday of Jiang Jiawei, who had an off in the early part of the race and has recovered now to 23rd of the 28 cars still running. And all 28 of them are still running. Patience is a virtue, and in this sport you need it more than ever. The Climax Mercedes crew watching on, and this is going to be fascinating because when the pit stops happen, we're going to hand the Win Here Porsche over to Andy Dung, and we're going to hand the Climax Mercedes over to a supercar driver, Bailey Hall. This is going to be awesome on the second stint. Turn 2 incident involving 511 and 610. That's the two Audis that went around together. Han Jingfeng and Johnson Huang under investigation. So I wonder if there's going to be a penalty or if they're going to suggest, well, the punishment fits the crime. Or they've given themselves their own punishment. We'll have to see what they decide to do. So the AM positions are going to be very different at the end of this race because we've got so many different types of pro driver and so many different types of car. There's so much that can still change. 36 minutes to go. The pit window is about to open. It only stays open for 10 minutes. You've got to pit in those 10 minutes. And you've got to keep your nose clean throughout. You've got to hand the car over to the pro driver in good condition. It has to be an immaculate drive. You can't afford to make mistakes. You can't afford to overcook the tyres. You can't afford to overheat the engine. You've got to play nice. Look after the car, and the car will look after you. So Bob Yuan leads Mike Zhou, Lang Zhaotong, Suyan Meng and Utsi Yang. There is Utsi Yang in the Gaha BMW, chasing down the leader in the AM class. There it is, the 26 Audi, the blue and black machine of the Level Motorsports team. Suyan Meng is at the wheel of that car at the moment. Suyan Meng scored a podium in Shanghai in 2024 in China Endurance. This is his first time in the paddock in China GT. There is Martin Chi getting himself ready. And we've got some time penalties to add for causing a collision. The 610 gets a penalty, that's Han Jingfeng. And the 328 gets a penalty as well. That is Utsi Yang. The Gaha BMW on your screen is going to get a 5-second penalty for causing the collision. That has got to be the incident with Yang Baiji that we saw on the hairpin. So both those drivers will now take a 5-second time penalty at their pit stop. So they've got to sit in the bay for 5 more seconds than they normally would. And of course, you've got to make sure you come into the pits, take the pit stop, and get out again in the minimum mandatory time. If you go under that, you get a penalty. We had a couple of teams yesterday going under the pit stop time, even by a fraction of a second or so. But if it's enough, and there's enough of the race to go, and it's green flag conditions, that can give you a drive-through penalty. So you've got to be careful. First warning for track limits for the 55. That's Jason Gu in the Origin Porsche. That is him in the background with the pale blue and pink Porsche. So he's got to be careful as well now. All these drivers on the ragged edge. Fantastic work, I have to say. The level of the AM drivers in GT3 this year has really kicked it up a notch. From Yuan Bo all the way back to Alex Liu in 28th. The fastest lap times, I should point out, the best lap time for all drivers can now be covered by less than 6 seconds in the GT3 of the worst of the two drivers, or the slowest of the two drivers, I should say. 6 seconds only. That's really strong. It shows you how competitive GT3 is in 2026. So every driver and every crew taking it so seriously. I was talking to Elias Seppänen in this garage, actually, the Climax garage, and they were telling me, Elias Seppänen, I've worked with so many AM drivers in the years, and in Europe and in America, they're very much focused on the lifestyle. They want to hang out, they want to have a nice dinner, they want to wear the white watch, they want to talk shop, they want to talk about their helicopter or their property development that they're working on. The AM drivers here do not care squat about any of that. They want to look at the data, they want to look at the lap charts, they want to look at the engine temperatures, the oil temperature, the water temperature. They want to figure out how they can get better, and they watch every form of racing they can. They watch DTM in Germany, they watch supercars in Australia, they watch the GT World Challenge in Asia, all of these championships in order to get better at their craft. They are so professional for amateurs, and it's wonderful to see that the Asian drivers leave nothing on the table. Alex Liang chasing after Mike Zhou. Climax Mercedes being hunted down by the absolute Lamborghini. And Liang Jiatong is really swarming around behind the Mercedes at the moment. Looking for the gap on the inside. You won't be able to commit to that gap. It's too small. So out of the hairpin, onto the back straight. The Shanghai International Circuit, fabulous venue this. Only last month we had the latest Formula One race winner take victory here. My dear friend and beloved youngster Andrea Kimi Antonelli, the Italian. Watched him grow up in the world of karting. Took the victory for Mercedes on this very circuit. You're looking at a Mercedes in second place in the Lamborghini. Very different to a Formula One car, of course. Pit window is open. So what's going to be the form? Who's coming into the pits first? The win here, Porsche's coming in first. The Mercedes straight in. So the leader straight in, Bob Yuan, no messing about. Perfect stint from Bob Yuan, absolutely immaculate. Couldn't have been any better, really. Fastest lap time, 2 minute flat 0.8. Almost a full second quicker than anybody else. Only really Liang Jiatong and Mike Zhou have been able to get close to that lap time. Fantastic for an amateur. He's only about a second away from Andy Dung and his fastest times. And that's the thing. Amateur drivers are not at the same level as the top brass, but all they can do is work to that point. All of these amateur drivers, from Yuan Bo to Gu Meng to Chris Chia to Chen Chenhua to Wang Yibo, they all just want to get better and better and get as close to the lap times of their pro counterpart as possible. So it's pit lane activity. It will be pit lane galore in the first few minutes of the window. Not many drivers will leave it late because, of course, they want to put the pro driver out as soon as possible so that they can gain as much time as possible. So still waiting as cars come down pit lane. There is the 85. Wang Yibo is finished for the weekend. And I have to say, that was the perfect opening stint. Keep it clean. Don't get into trouble. He's done his job. Pats Melvin Moe on the back. Thank you and goodbye. And he's happy with that. Punches the air with jubilation. That was the perfect stint from Wang Yibo. So now it's up to Melvin Moe to see what the 85 crew can do. Out goes the Origin Porsche in front of the Climax Mercedes. No major shocks there. And there is Wang Yibo out of the car. He was actually punching his fist in the air. He was so happy. So that demonstrates that he really has a chance now of an AM class podium. And he really does. It's going to get busy in pit lane. It's going to get busy on track. And so Wang Yibo keeping the fans happy. Down in the stands, there's your boy. And he's very happy. All smiles, thumbs up. He did his job, and he did it very well indeed. So now, just sit and wait. There goes Melvin Moe, back out onto the circuit. So all done and dusted for the 85. Melvin Moe now taking over from Wang Yibo. And there's also all smiles at the Climax Racing team. Francis Chen handing over the Ferrari to Elias Seppänen. Into the pits comes the BMW. That's the 33 car of Yang Baiji. He's going to hand it over to Peter Li, the 32-year-old from Guangzhou. Lamborghini Trofeo Asia winner in 2025. I was in the booth when he did it. He's raced everything. European Formula 3, Formula Renault Asia, Blancpain Asia, Porsche Carrera Cup Asia as well. The team at Uno Racing delighted with Wang Yibo. That is just about his perfect stint. Starting back in P24, never easy. The only thing you can do is run a perfect race, stay out of trouble, and get some decent, consistent lap times. That's exactly what he did. The best lap he did was a 2:03.1. That was less than 3 seconds off the best. Diving down the inside, the Ferrari. That is Lorenzo Patrese taking a chunk out of the old man's copybook. Riccardo Patrese himself would be absolutely ecstatic with a move like that. He pulled off a few of those killer moves in his Formula 1 days when he was racing for Brabham, for Benetton, for Williams. And now Lorenzo Patrese, who is not just a great racing driver, but also a great show jumping champion in equestrianism. Lorenzo Patrese really kicking back on his first lap out of the pits. And look back, there is Melvin Moe, really pushing in the 85 Una Mercedes. Back down to 24th, but don't forget there's plenty of other cars still yet to pit. If they can leapfrog past a few of them, then they've got a chance of a podium. Big wobble from the Mercedes in front. So nearly throwing it away. Ron Huang, who's got to be tired. This is his third straight race in a row, because he competed in the Toyota Gazoo Cup, he competed in GT Cup, now he's here in the GT3 race, and he's desperately trying to fend off from Li Donghui. Li Donghui doing his best to get past. Melvin Moe is doing exactly what he needs to do. He's just sitting tight and letting them have their swabble. Now we've got the Garhart BMW in from the lead, the Harmony Ferrari in from second, and the Level Motorsport Audi in from P5. So things are about to get interesting. There is the 22 Ferrari. Out gets Min Hung, in gets Liu Hongsheng. And so Harmony Ferrari trying to go for 2 wins in a row. 2 wins today. They got the GT Cup win. Can they get the GT3 win as well? It's a big ask. They know that. But still, a lot can change in this race. Samantha Tan has just got out in the KRC BMW. Watch her charge through the field. Peter Li has gone out in the 610 Racing BMW. Watch him charge through the field. As into the pits comes Wang Wensheng in the Incipient. There's Elias Seppänen in the background, and there's Samantha Tan in the green BMW. Samantha Tan, they won the AM class yesterday. She's back in the car. Let's see how fast she can climb. She may not get the chance, as we've got a wrestling match behind. The 97, Liu Gaoliu, storms his way up the inside of the Audi of Yang Xiaowei, who then loses ground behind the 510 of Johnson Huang. So into the pits comes the 26, that is Su Yanmeng getting out of the car and handing over to Jackson Chuang. The last couple of pit window stops taking place, and then we'll shuffle the deck again and see where everybody's played out. But it's going to be a right shuffle. There's the 26 Audi leaving. Can they beat the BMW out? Yes, nicely done. Su Yanmeng in the Level Motorsport car does manage to get out in front of the BMW. And down the straight, it's all change. The pit stops really do make a bit of a difference. Samantha Tan in the green BMW, chased down by Liu Gaoliu and Yang Xiaowei, the 610 Racing cars, the Porsche and the Audi. Round the outside, Liu Gaoliu trying his best to go right round the outside of the BMW. Samantha Tan's got to go aggressive to shut that down, but it's too late. The door's already open, and 2 cars go through for the price of 1. The tyres are not quite up to temperature yet for Samantha Tan, and unfortunately that's 2 places lost in 1 go. They took the victory in the AM class yesterday. Sadly, after the off earlier on, it's looking very tough indeed for the KRC BMW to make it 2 out of 2. In comes the 16. That is the race-leading Porsche, the 610 of Zhao Ziquan. Handing over to Hugo. Ray Wu also in the pits in the Garfield Audi. At least they ran as high as second place. One cartoon character running in the top 3 will do, even if we couldn't get 2. There is the Garfield Audi, and there is the Porsche going past. So that is now the race lead. Andy Dung leads the way in the Win Here Porsche. The Climax Mercedes is second. Bailey Hall is now going pedal to the metal. And there's the changeover between Liu Zichen and Wu Yifan. Wu Yifan will get behind the wheel of the 326 racing car. And sadly, of course, dropped down the order, but that was always to be expected. Akash Nandi has gone past the pits in the Absolute Lamborghini through to third. Then Liu Hangcheng, Li Hanyu, Ji Xinzhi, and Enzo Trulli in the Phantom Global Porsche. Well, what is it all going to be like when things play out? Well, in the AM category, I can tell you that 5th position is now the Uno 85. So they gained 2 places in class in the pit stops alone. So the 85 Mercedes is now up into P16, and that's good enough for 5th in the class at the moment. So, sorry, 6th in the class at the moment, because of course we've still got Liu Zichen in the 326. It depends on where they filter out. But for the moment, it's either P5 or P6 for Melvin Mo and Wang Yibo. So I know the fans watching will want to keep an eye on it. We've got a big battle up front. Andy Dung in the Win Here Porsche, Bailey Hall in the Climax Mercedes, and Akash Nandi in the Absolute Lamborghini. There is the Renzo Patrese in the Ferrari, trying to close in on the 18, the KRC BMW of Kitty Dong. Very talented man is Kitty Dong, 33 years of age, from here in Shanghai, China Touring Car Champion in 2015, 2016, 2018 and 2021. Also won in TCR China last year, and was second for the Hyundai factory team in the Nürburgring Langenstracken series last season. So fascinating battle. Let's go down into the pit lane. 51 crew is with T. That's the Incipient Racing team.
我们就在51号车组的身旁呢，我身边的车手是王文成。那对于王文成来说，这一场比赛应该是你第一次参加 China GT， 还有在上赛比吧？
对对对，这是我第一次参加全新的 China GT 的比赛，也是第一次在上赛开 GT3 的赛车参加比赛。
对，那对于这一次来说，你也可以看到现场有很多的高手云集，不光是我们国内最顶尖的 GT 车手们，还有很多世界级的车手都一起来了。那跟他们在他们的身后去学习他们的一些线路，对于自己的技术会不会有一些帮助呢？
对，有相当大的提升和开拓了眼界，因为这一场有很多欧洲顶级厂队的 Pro 车手，也有国内顶流的当红的车手，有老车手，有年轻的鲜肉，跟他们在一起我确实学到很多，因为我之前更多的是小排量的驾驶经验，然后 GT3 的里程也不太够，上赛也是第一次来跑，所以经验非常欠缺，然后这一次跟我的搭档肖哥一起学到非常多。
对，那其实我跟王文成，我们曾经也在赛场上当过对手。那在这里我也是祝福你们比赛顺利，然后这个赛季可以取得更好的成绩和进步。谢谢。
Thanks, buddy. Good to hear from the number. Hang on, the 90's got a penalty by the look of it. 0.8 of a second time penalty for a short pit stop time. That's the number 90 Ferrari, the FIST AAI of Lorenzo Patrese. Sorry, we were in conversation there with the 51 crew, the Incipient. That was Wang Wancheng who was chatting to us. Xiaomin, of course, has taken over the car. Out in front then, Andy Dung in the Win Here Porsche, looking good for 2 out of 2, 7 seconds clear of Bailey Hall in the Climax Mercedes. You can see him for himself in the background. And then behind him is Akash Nandi in the Absolute Lamborghini. So let's try and look at the podiums as they currently stand. In the overall, it's obviously going to be Win Here Porsche from Climax Racing, Mercedes from Absolute Racing Lamborghini. In the Pro-Am category, the first 2 will be the same. Third place is going to be the Origin 55 Porsche of Martin Xi and Jason Gu. So that's looking good for them, unless, of course, they are caught rapidly by Enzo Trulli in the Phantom Global Porsche, and they are definitely starting that battle. In fact, they've just gone in front as I say that. Enzo Trulli's got ahead, so they're into third place in the Pro-Am category. So Enzo Trulli looking for a second podium in a row then. Very good start. Trying to continue that battle, and of course they're also fighting for the international victory with the Climax Racing Mercedes team up front. They're leading. Enzo Trilli and Chris Chia looking for good for second in the international ranks. Third in the international ranks is looking likely to be the FIST AAI Ferrari of Lorenzo Patrese, sharing that car with Lin Yu. There he is in the number 90 Ferrari. So let's look at the AM class. Well, in the AM category, we've got Liu Hangcheng and Li Han Yu in the Harmony Racing and Gaha car. They're battling for the victory in the AM Plus category. As down the inside goes Lorenzo Patrese in the Ferrari. Dives in on Zhang Zhendong. Kiddy Dong had to let him go there, and now he's going to try and take on Peter Li. Lorenzo Patrese loving life in China. He's going to go the other side of the BMW. No way can he pull that off. He's going to. Oh, he gets squeezed by Peter Li. Li's leaving in no room at all. Patrese keeping his foot in. Don't you dare squeeze me out. He's got him. Lorenzo Patrese will not be shoved around this racetrack. Fantastic work. Left no room on the racetrack at all. The BMW wouldn't even let him get back on the road. And he kept his foot in. And now the other BMW gets involved as well. As Zhang Zhendong, Kiddy Dong gets through on Peter Li. Lorenzo Patrese, absolute pedal to the metal. Leave no doubt. Fantastic from the Ferrari. So to get back to the conversation I was having before in the AM Plus category. Oh, that's the Audi. That's the 26 that stopped out. That's Jackson Chung in the Level Motorsport Audi. They were running in the lead of the AM category. Before the pit stops, they were the leading AM Plus car. They're struggling to get started again, but they do get moving. If they can at least limp back to the pits, then we've got ourselves an interesting run. Well, what happened to the former race leaders in the AM class? Just ran off the road by the look of it. I wonder if the car's just kicked into anti-stall somewhere. That looks like a gearbox issue or an electrical fault. So maybe it just needed a Control-Alt-Delete. Well, they're back underway again, but the car doesn't sound right. So, we'll see if they can continue on. But meanwhile, for the 55 crew, for the Origin Motorsport car that's battling for the national win, let's go to T.
好的，那我们现在来到的是55号车组顾猛和谢兴哲的车组身边啊。那顾猛呢也是我们圈内非常有名的车评人，在这里呢，我先问你一个小八卦的一个问题。在赛前，我听说你们车组和咱们韩景福的车组互相放过狠话啊。
是，其实但是狠话归狠话，玩笑归玩笑。但其实我觉得作为一个自媒体的从业者，参与到这项运动中来，真的我觉得算是一件对我来说是一件很不容易的事情。当然，我相信韩景峰也是。然后，那我们俩在中间的一些竞争，我觉得是特别爽，特别过瘾。然后同时，我们俩的这种放狠话，我觉得是一个很学习的过程吧。对。
对，因为你们俩在放狠话的时候，我就在旁边，所以呢，大家那时候也问我觉得谁更优秀，但这个东西我觉得直接咱们交给整个赛季的比赛去看。那第二个问题是，你这一次跟辛哲其实也是一个全新的一个搭档，那对于 GT3的整个赛车来说，其实你们练习时长也是比较长的。那对于赛车以及对于搭档之间的配合，你们觉得默契度如何了？
那其实首先我觉得辛哲是一个极其优秀的职业选手，那甚至他比我想象的要优秀很多很多。那可能在去年过往他参加 GT 的一些经验里面，我觉得对外界对他有一些误解，是因为他对于汽车来说，他可能拿到了一些质量或者说等等参战各种客观因素不是很多的一些车吧，所以说导致他可能他的水平一直没有到一个超级拔尖的水平。但是我相信今年我们有这么优秀的车队，所以我相信辛哲今年一定会出一个非常好的成绩。那首先我觉得作为我一个深圳车手来说，我肯定跟他要更多的学习吧，然后以及我还是觉得其实辛哲大家对他的期待可以再多一点，他真的非常非常的优秀。
那最后一个问题，现场这样的一个氛围，我们作为车手其实也参与过大大小小无数的比赛了，但是像如此壮烈的这么壮阔的这样一个现场，我们应该也很少见吧？
我觉得其实不仅仅，虽然说大家可能会调侃说今天可能女性观众占比有很多，但是我觉得没有关系。我觉得这个事情对于整个汽车文化的推动或者赛车文化推动是一个极其棒的事情。那同时作为车手来说的话，我觉得我们在发车额上看到山呼海啸的观众，那这是一个很爽的事儿。
对，那其实我们所有人也都希望能越来越多的人关注到我们的中国赛车。再一次感谢我们的顾蒙。
谢谢。
Good to hear from Gumeng. Did a fantastic job. Thanks, T. Unfortunately, it's game over for the 26th Level Motorsports Audi that was leading in the AM category. They've had a mechanical problem. They managed to get it back to the pits at least. but it's day done. What a shame for Jackson Chuang and Su Yanming. They were in 4th place before the pit stops and leading in the AM class. Now the leaders in the AM class are the Gaha BMW. And they're in front of the Harmony Ferrari. 3rd place in the AM category is Hubo in the 610 Racing Porsche. And they are obviously going to be the winners of the AM category. Everybody else is in AM Plus. 4th position in the AM category, or AM Plus category I should say. 3rd in AM Plus, 4th in AM overall is Wang Rohan in the Level Motorsports car. Then it is Yang Xiaowei in front of Li Donghui and Melvin Mo. 3 places back is the next contender, that's Samantha Tan. And then there are problems with Wu Yifan in the 326 Racing 511 of the Audi R8. So that's the AM podium. How are things looking in Masters? Well, it looks like it's going to go the way of Johnson Huang, who is only 4 seconds ahead of the Garfield Audi of Xing Yanbin, who of course shares that car with Ray Wu. And then the 3rd Masters car is the incipient that we saw right at the back of the field, the 51 of Xiaomin. Now all he's got to do is finish and they will be 3rd in the Masters category. What about the national podium? That's for teams that have 2 Chinese drivers. Well, no surprises for who's going to win that if it stays like this. Andy Deng and Bob Yuan leading the race overall, the all-Chinese pairing. 2nd is likely to be the 55, the 2nd of the Origin cars. And that is, of course, the pairing of Martin Xi and Jason Gu, who we just heard from. And then 3rd in the national category at the moment is the 18 BMW. That's the KRC squad of Qidi Dong and Zhang Wengyang. So that's the national podium as it currently looks. Then we've got the Pro-Am podium to take into account. That's going to be the leading 2 cars, the Win-Hit Origin Porsche, the Climax Racing Mercedes, and the 3rd car is now likely to be Enzo Trilli in the Phantom Global. Here's the BMW again. The continuing adventures of Peter Lee round the outside of Hubo. You're going to need to be brave. And he's going to hold it. That's incredible. Great work from Peter Lee. You really need to lean on the exertion of the car and come full of confidence to make that one finish off. Very smartly done. Excellent work then for Peter Lee in the TBC by 610 racing car. Where was I? Right, we were going to talk about Pro-Am, weren't we? The 3rd Pro-Am car is likely to be Enzo Trilli and Chris Cheer in the Phantom Global Porsche. They're quite a way now behind the Pro-Am leader in 2nd place of Andy Deng and Bailey Hall in the Win-Hit Origin Porsche and the Climax Mercedes. The Turn 3, Turn 6 incident between 90, 33 and 38. That is Peter Lee, Samantha Tan and Lin Yu. That's going to be, Lorenzo Petresi, I should say. That will be investigated after the race. So clearly it's not anything that needs to be a particular penalty. It's something that does need to be investigated, maybe for driving standards after the race. That shouldn't affect the order. The only other podium that I haven't talked about yet is the international... No, that's it. We have talked through all of them now. So we now know the identities of the teams that are likely to get to the podium. They've got 11 minutes to try and change it up. So I'm now just looking to see who's on the move. Bailey Hall is actually taking half a second a lap or so out of Andy Dung's lead. So the Mercedes is charging forward. There is Elias Seppänen in the Ferrari, trying to get past Wang Rohan in the Level Motorsports Mercedes. And he's done it! Stunning move from Elias Seppänen in the first hairpin. I thought he was going to go level and then try and get round the outside in the next apex, but he finished the job. Lovely from Elias Seppänen. Excellent work from the 22-year-old from Tamella in Finland. 24-hour series Middle East racer this year, China GT Pro-Am winner last year, and a former winner in the F4 Southeast Asia Championship. Now he's swarming around behind Hubo. No way is he going to pull that off round the outside. Peter Lee made it look sensational. Elias Seppänen looks almost beyond belief, and he's done it. This is what I was talking about. Once the pros come out to play, all bets are off. Diving on the inside, that's the Audi getting through on the Level Mercedes. So that's a great run there from Yang Xiaowei. Run wide from the 15 of Wang Rohan, who's got to be tired, don't forget. This is his 3rd race in a row. As up the inside comes Liu Kaoliu. He gets through on Hubo. And there's obviously going to be some pressure on Wang Rohan, who's not going to have too long until he's overtaken by the 610. Through he goes. The 610, which is the AM Plus podium that we're battling for here. He's got ahead of the Mercedes, and now he's got ahead of Hubo. And in the background, who's that lurking over the horizon? That appears to be a Mercedes. Is that Melvin Moe? It certainly is. Closing in on the climax, treble 7. Audi of Li Donghui. Li Donghui is going to be the next one for him to try and overtake. We'll keep an eye on him in the background. The Apex Predator Ferrari's getting in there as well. That's Liu Koshun in the Apex Predator Harmony. So as we go down the straight, Hubo's had a really tricky lap. Melvin Moe is all over the back of the treble 7 climax of Li Donghui in the background. Into turn 1. And Yang Shengwei is trying to close in on Liu Kailu. Around the outside, the Mercedes trying to take on Hubo. Change your mind. Go for the right instead of the left. But the Porsche keeps himself a mobile chicane at the moment. Can't go left, can't go right. Good defensive tactics from Hubo. Totally allowed to do that, provided you don't move twice in the defensive move in the same bit of racetrack. And he's making a clean run of it. Oh, careful, don't hit the Porsche. That was close for Wang Rohan. Now he can get a better exit. Hubo is doing his best, but the pros are absolutely eating up the road. Is it going to be a third run round the outside in a row? It's happened from a BMW, it's happened from a Ferrari, it's going to happen from a Mercedes. There you go. So Hubo doing his best, just wants to bring it home in the top 5 of AM if he can. The Gaha BMW currently leads, the Harmony Ferrari. And then in third place in the AM class, it is the 610 Racing Audi of Han Jufeng and Yang Xiaowei. Still doing a great race of it. Moving up the ladder. And we've got a great battle for 5th position in the AM class now between the Climax 777 of Li Donghui and the 85 Mercedes Uno Racing of Melvin Moe in the Red Bull car. Down the straight. Next turn at the cherry for Hubo is going to be the 116. That's Liu Koshun, the very talented man from Hong Kong in the Apex Harmony Ferrari, going on the grass to get past. Goodness me, he's not going to leave anything to chance. Down to the inside and he makes it work. 2 wheels on the road, 2 wheels on the grass, and he's still got grip to keep it ahead. Thanks, mate. I'm going to go after the Mercedes if you don't mind. To be honest, I'm going to go after the Mercedes if you do mind. Terrific racecraft from Liu Koshun. So down the main straight again, looking in the background, we can see that that battle for 5th in the class is still going on between 777 Li Donghui and the 85 Melvin Moe. But once they catch up to the guys in front, there's going to be another opportunity, but we've only got 6.5 minutes. Diving in and a collision! Oh, it's all gone wrong for the Origin Porsche and the Ferrari. Number 22. They get going again, but there could be damage to both cars. And don't forget, that's the Pro-Am versus the Am. That's the car that was second in the Am category. So that could be a big headache for Liu Hangchen, especially if he gets a penalty for that. They both recover. But that is not what you need if you're fighting for the AM class victory. And this is what we were talking about. Keep it clean. Stay out of trouble. Unfortunately, it's got a little bit too close for comfort. Neither driver prepared to give way. Neither driver backing out. Actually, on second glance, I'm prepared to say that's a racing incident. That's 2 drivers being stubborn. Neither giving each other the room they needed. And it's the 18 of Kitty Dong that gets through past both of them. But the Ferrari could end up with a penalty for that. Here comes the Lamborghini, going to lap the Audi of Xiaomin in the incipient racing crew. They're just settling in for 3rd place in the Masters category now. And Akash Nandi settling in for 3rd place overall. But out in front, this is not done quite yet. 5 minutes to go for Andy Dung, and Bailey Hall is catching him. Gap is down to 4 seconds. There's the Mercedes in the background, so it's not finished yet. The Mercedes team, the Climax Racing squad, still trying to get this gap down to Andy Dung. Bailey Hall, his first time ever to the Shanghai International Circuit. He says he's loving it out here, and they're looking good for the international victory. But the car in front is looking good for the national win and the Pro-Am win. So you never know what's going to happen, but that Mercedes is definitely closer than it was. First sector, Bailey Hall was 0.2 of a second quicker than Andy Dung. Other tyres starting to go for Andy Dung in the Porsche. They've been immaculate, flawless all weekend. Is Bailey Hall going to upset the apple cart in the last few minutes of this race? If we don't get a safety car, we're going to find out. Second sector. And Bailey Hall is a second quicker than Andy Dung in sector 2. Well, if he keeps that kind of pace up, it's a guarantee the Mercedes is going to take the lead. A second quicker in that sector alone. Bailey Hall smells blood. He fancies his chances. The Australian from Gold Coast in Queensland, Surfers Paradise country, is trying his best to overhaul this and turn it into a victory that he and the Mercedes crew can be elated with. Keep going, Bailey. Keep pushing. You never know what might happen. The gap was 4.2. It's down to 2.9. And Climax Racing are starting to believe. 3.5 minutes to go. This is not done yet. Andy Dung doing the best he can to pull away. But it's quite clear that his lap times are dropping. He's on a 2:02 on the last lap. Bailey Hall just did a 2-minute flat, 0.9. Climax Racing definitely catching up to the win here, Porsche. Keep going, Andy. Keep pushing. Bailey Hall, they'll have the same message to him on the radio. Keep going, you can catch him. He knows the Porsche's getting bigger. And once you know that you're catching the car in front, you start to get psychologically quicker. Bailey Hall's done 41.1 in the first sector. 41.3 for Andy Dung. He's eating the road. This race is not done yet at all. Akash Nandi, third position, looking safe. Fourth position, the leaders in the AM category. The Gaha BMW 328 still leading. Looks like it'll be an AM class victory for Li Hanyu and Uzi Yang. Second in the AM class now is the Harmony Ferrari, although they could be under investigation for that collision with the 55 Origin car. Mind you, the 22 car appears to be limping. I think the 22 Ferrari's in trouble here. They've just done a 2-minute 9 second lap. So that spells to me like a car that's in trouble. So I'm not entirely sure how that's going to play out for them. If they're going to limp around, then the 610 racing car, number 610, could get into second. The Level Mercedes could get up to third. The Climax Treble 7 could get into fourth. Ollie Milroy's charging his way through the field in the Fist AAI BMW. He's up to 18th, just in front of Melvin Moe in the Uno racing car. But they're on potential podium if a couple more drivers in front have some issues. Flashing of the lights now from Bailey Hall. The gap's down to 1.8. This is absolutely on. Bailey Hall's got to floor it. 1 minute 40 to go, 2 laps. He's got to make up 1.8 seconds in 2 laps. This may be a do or die maneuver down into the hairpin on the last lap. And there's traffic in front. If Andy Dung doesn't get past this in the same speed as Bailey Hall, it's really suddenly going to be danger time. But well done to the 68. The Garfield Audi stays well out of trouble. Xingyang Bin moves out of the way. And hopefully we'll do the same for the Mercedes to keep this race favourable. Xingyang Bin in the Garfield Audi, get out of the way. Very good, well done. Now we've got a race on. Bailey Hall still pushing. Slightly slower in sector 1 though. Lorenzo Patrese has just done a 2-minute flat, 0.3. Fastest lap of the race from the Ferrari. Brilliant run from Patrese. Now in 6th place. Side by side, Porsche and BMW. That's Liu Kaoliu challenging Peter Lee. Liu Kaoliu trying to find his way through on the inside. They're fighting for a national class top 5. But Liu Kaoliu really wants to take on Peter Lee. Down to the braking zone for the hairpin, trying to close in on Elias Seppänen in the Ferrari. Round the outside. Lovely job from the 97. Liu Kaoliu gets the run on Peter Lee. Down the back straight. That's how close it is now between Andy Dung and Bailey Hall. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. They'll race back to the line and we've got 1 lap to go. Can the Australian Bailey Hall take on Andy Dung with 1 lap remaining? The pressure is on the win here, Porsche. Oh, don't push it too hard, Bailey. A scruffy lap, but the gap is down to 1.7. The leader is on the last lap, and it's going to be a nail-biter to the flag in the second race of the weekend. Can Bailey Hall catch Andy Dung and make a pass? There's now an Audi between them. Bailey Hall's got to hope he doesn't get held up. Move out of the way. Thank you. Oh, that could have been a race-ending battle right there. But Bailey Hall fancies this. I've got a chance. I've got an opportunity. If he makes one mistake, I'm going to eat him up for dinner. Out of the first sector, we got a great battle for the AM victory and the international second as well. Enzo Trilli is taking on Lee Han Yu. Lee Han Yu makes a mistake and the AM victory goes up in a field of smoke. And Melvin Moe, by the way, has got ahead of Lee Donghui. He's got ahead of the climax. So that's Melvin Moe up into 5th place in the AM Plus category. So it won't be a podium, but it will be a top 5 finish. Not bad considering how many handling difficulties they've had with that car this weekend. And that will be a positive end. But Andy Dung is doing everything he can not to lose focus, not to lose ground to Bailey Hall. Well, Bailey really needed a mistake on this corner from Andy Dung to really have a realistic chance of going for it. He just ran out of time. But the Mercedes was definitely going to be quick all the way through. He's still hoping for a lock-up in the hairpin. He's 0.2 of a second quicker in the second sector, but realistically, he's too far back. A good effort from Bailey Hall. They'll go second in Pro-Am, second overall, and they'll be the winning international crew. Well done to Bailey Hall. The Australian has been amazing on his debut in China. But out in front, it's going to be pole position twice to race victory twice for Andy Dung and Bob Yuan. Out of the final turn, the win here, Porsche does it again. Flagged home by Mr. Liu Jun of Xiaomi. Fabulous work from Andy Dung and Bob Yuan. It is victory in the Win Here Origin camp. Mr. Liu Jun, the Xiaomi CEO, delighted to wave the flag. Akash Nandi comes home 3rd in the Lamborghini. Where is the AM winner? They're going to come home in a fantastic P4 overall. Brilliant effort. Here comes the BMW. And it's a win in the AM Plus category for the Gaha BMW squad. Excellent work from Lee Han Yu and Uzi Yang. Well done to Lorenzo Patrese. He crosses the line 6th, right behind his countryman Enzo Trulli. So we wait for the national podium to be completed. The KRC BMW, there is Kitty Dong, 2nd in class. And behind, there is Martin Xi. He comes through in the 55 Origin Porsche. So nearly an international podium for Elias Seppänen in the Ferrari. They'll have to wait till Ningbo for another chance. And a great race all the way to the checkered flag. The AM Plus podium is completed. The 22 Ferrari really is limping badly now. I wonder if 4th place is actually going to go the way of Melvin Moe. It is! Melvin Moe is going to come through in P4 in the AM Plus class. They nearly got a podium. So near to a podium. But what a comeback. And that all comes down to staying out of trouble, staying out of disaster. And Wang Yibo setting them up for that result. Excellent race. So 4th in class, it's so nearly a podium. But you know what? When the 2026 Xiaomi China GT Championship in GT3 is so much tougher than last year, P4 is a very, very good return. They'll want more than that. I've got a feeling that they'll be not quite as satisfied as they might have been. But there's more to come from that squad, let me tell you. There's a lot more to come. And so, for 2026, it's game on across the 5 categories. Pro-Am, International, National, AM Plus and Masters. And it really is going to be a sensational season. We've got 5 weeks to wait now until the 2nd round of the championship at Ningbo. But what a start here in Shanghai. And a great battle between Andy Dung and Bailey Hall. And they gesture to each other. Love it. A very sporting end. Hang on a minute. Is Andy Dung breaking down out of the hairpin? I hope that car's still got some legs in it, because it's still got to get into the pit lane. But that car is crawling. Don't tell me they left it to the very limit on fuel. I think they might have done. That car's not going into the pits, is it? The winning car conks out just before it comes back into the pit lane. Wow, what drama. Right to the bitter end. The Milwaukee Climax Racing Mercedes comes through in second place. We're waiting for the winner, and they might need a Lightning McQueen style push. Out of the car gets Bailey Hall. How was that, mate? Bonza. What a drive from Bailey Hall. He loved his weekend in China, didn't he? Second place, and that's the win in the international category as well. Come on, Andy. Reverse signal, engage gear, maneuver, whatever you need to get back to the pits. But I don't think there's any fuel left in the car. So it's a class win for Gaha Racing. It's a class win in Masters for 33R Harmony Racing in the Garfield Audi. They win the Masters this time. There you go. Control-Alt-Delete, reset, re-engage, bring it home. So it wasn't a fuel problem, it was an electrical problem by the look of it. How lucky were they then? One more lap, and the car might not have brought it home after all. Fascinating scenes here at Shanghai International. That's the thing with motorsport, you just don't know until you cross the line. So back into the pits the drivers come. Akash Nandi will be delighted with third overall. And the Malaysian really has put on a great showcase here. Great run with him and Alex Liang. They embrace the lone hurricane. Comes home in the top position. Get this though, for a statistic. The winning car, a Porsche. Second, a Mercedes. They're still struggling to get it back in. Oh my word. They're still struggling to even get that car back to the pits. This could take a while, the podium, which is a problem because we've got one more F4 China race this afternoon. So a Porsche takes the win, a Mercedes takes second, a Lamborghini takes third, a BMW takes fourth. 4 different manufacturers in the top 4 places. And if Lorenzo Patrese had just been a little bit more forceful with 1 lap to go, we might have had a Ferrari in the top 5 as well. We could have had 5 different manufacturers from the top 5 places. What do we do now, guys? This is the winning car. I think you need to give me a push. Who'd have thought the race would end like that? Fascinating scenes here in Shanghai as everybody sat in pit road is waiting for the winners, and they haven't come back yet. There won't be a penalty handed out for this, don't worry. It's not something that's in their control, clearly. And the race was already over. So they won't be penalised for that. But, well, that is not what we were expecting. As the car doesn't even make it back to the pit lane. Come on, guys. Heave-ho. Put your backs into it. I can't move it. So it looks as though Andy Dung is going to have to get out of the car and run down the pit lane, Jenson Button Monaco style, just to make it back to the podium. Well, there is the crew that came home third in the national class. The Origin Motorsport crew number 55, Martin G and Jason Gu. They'll be happy with that as well. Another pair of trophies. So let's look up pit road, because Andy Dung, I think he's had to abandon the car. Either that or he's helping them to push it. I kind of want to see where they're at now, because only one car is that. There we go. I cannot believe this is how it's ending. Andy Dung getting a push from the marshals down pit lane. This is the slowest victory lap in Xiaomi China GT Championship history. And the drone's going to go and look for them. Are you still here? Oh, there they are. What a strange way to win. They got the victory by 1.2 seconds. But now, after the race, they need a little bit of support to get there. The medical car's coming over to have a look. Do you need any help? No, I'm all right. I've got some friends. An amazing result. 610 Racing, very happy with their day's work. Not quite the victory they wanted, but they certainly got second in the Masters category thanks to Johnson Huang. So that'll be a podium for them. Great effort and great perseverance from the team. They also get second in the AM Plus category, 610 Racing, for Yang Xiaowei and Han Jinfeng. So here is the provisional result, of course, because it could well change. There haven't been any investigations or penalties that I know of, but we never know post-race. Andy Dung and Jan Bo win and then run out of juice. Bailey Hall second in the Climax Mercedes with Zhou. And then Nandian Liang in the Lamborghini, third overall. It's a victory in the AM class for the Gaha BMW for Lianu. And then the Italian Stallions, Trillian Patrese, come through along with Chris Cheer and Lin Yu. And then Zhang and Zhang, Gu and Ji, Chen and Sepinen, and Yang and Liu. Podiums in the AM Plus category for Han and Yang in the 610 racing car and Chen and Huang in the level Mercedes. So nearly a podium finish for the 85 Uno Mercedes of Wang Yibo and Melvin Mo. They managed to get ahead of the Harmony Ferrari in the closing stages, which was limping by the end. And they were well clear of the Climax Audi as well. But what a battle it has been. The toughest of the races, I would say, in the China GT Championship thus far for GT3. Because last year, you had GTC and GTS traffic to break up the flow. Now, there's nowhere to hide. All you've got is GT3 opposition and nothing else. Well, Andy Dung has made it back to the end of the pit lane. And the team are ready. Sadly, I don't think we've got a lot of time to have an interview with him because we've got a podium to get to. But what a way to win it. Andy Dung has made it back to the pits, and now they're going to go straight to the rostrum. We heard from them yesterday, though, and to be honest, after the drive they had today, it was pretty much plug and play, wash, lather, rinse, repeat. Another day at the races. They had a bit more pressure from the Climax Mercedes, but certainly a little bit more excitement from the races this time, and certainly from the China GT battle. We've started in fantastic style. Shanghai was glorious. Now we go to Ningbo in May. And we've got more battles to come, of course. Sadly, it'll be someone else who talks you through the action next time, as I will be otherwise engaged. But I'll be watching, same as you will. A fabulous day at the races here at Shanghai International with all the pomp, flair and circumstance that China can deliver. The Xiaomi China GT Championship, second race of the weekend in GT3, delivered from the get-go. Porsche versus Mercedes on lap 1, Porsche versus Mercedes on the last lap. Great racing all the way through the GT3 field, as all of the contenders in Pro-Am, International, National, AM and Masters gave us everything they had for nearly an hour of no-nonsense, no-holds-barred motorsport. There were thrills and spills all the way, though, as both the Bantam Global Racing Team and the FIS AAI Ferrari found out it doesn't always work out and it doesn't always go your way. Just ask the 33 crew. Pitched into a spin. Peter Lee had to make a recovery in the second stint, and the two Audis tangling on the way through. 610 Racing's day compromised. But there were more great battles, a fantastic bit of banter from the 55. The Origin crew eventually coming through for a podium in the national class. Great racing in the AM Plus category as car after car dueled away for position. And in the pit stop window, it was all clean as a whistle. Nobody overshooting their mark. Everybody staying within the mandatory 90 seconds for their pit stops. Great racing all the way. Lorenzo Patrese giving as good as he got on his China GT debut. The Ferrari driver got his boxing gloves out. Never mind his driving gloves. We also had some banter and badinage that cost the 22 Harmony Racing Ferrari dearly. A car that was in pieces, limping home, and it certainly didn't make their cause any better. But in the closing stages, Bailey Hall pushed like stink to try and close up on the win here Porsche. He gave it everything, but just ran out of time. 2 out of 2 for the win here Porsche, flagged home by the CEO of Xiaomi, Mr. Li Jun. What a fantastic weekend as Andy Dung and Bob Yuan dominate. A great race day then here at Shanghai International, and just like earlier today in the GT Cup race when it was a double win for the Harmony Ferrari, it's a double win for the win here Origin Porsche as well. A very exciting weekend and certainly plenty for us to take note of and get excited about. Good effort all round, some very strong drives. Climax racing for Chen Fangbin and Elias Sepinen climbing all the way back to P9. Trillian Patrese, the Italians, putting on a good show to get back into the top 6. A good run from Ollie Milroy as well, dropping from at the back of the field and then working his way through to 15th at the flag. They'll want to do a little bit more from qualifying. That's where their real Achilles heel was this weekend. Get on top of qualifying, and they'll do better. And I have to say, full credit to the Uno Racing team. Not just one car for Melvin Moe in the 85, but the 71 car as well for Rio. They both made massive progress. 4th position in the AM Plus category for Melvin Moe and Wang Yibo. So nearly a podium. And considering they've had so many problems in that garage all weekend with these new Mercedes cars, that's a valiant effort. Well done. Very easily could have gone against them and gone terribly, terribly wrong. So they've managed to come away with the goods. Not silverware this time, but you know what those guys are like. It will be silverware next time. Hello, Mum. You're on telly, guys. That's the guys from Mercedes who have made their way over to China to investigate what this China GT stuff is all about. They've had an amazing weekend. They've had a great time. So have we. Amazing race battle as the competitors are now making their way to the podium to celebrate in style. T is down there to welcome the teams out onto the podium. We'll start with the Pro-Am class.
让我们有请 GT3 全场季军车组63号
5 podium ceremonies to come, of course. And so out onto the podium comes Akash Nandi and Liang Chatong. 3rd position in the absolute Lamborghini. Great result for them. Second place for the Climax Racing Mercedes. Mike Zhou and Bailey Hall, the Australian, really a superstar. Make sure you keep an eye on him in Supercars and Super 2 this year. He's a star in the making. And of course, on the top step, no surprises, no shocks. Andy Deng and Bob Yuan. Great performance from them. And there is Andrew Yuan coming up to the podium with them. That's lovely. Can I muck about with the champagne, please, Dad? Not until you're 18, son. Love it. Great scenes on the rostrum. And the Win Here crew going up to collect the team's trophy as well. That's wonderful. If you're going to win, share it with your son too, right, Bob? Well done. So Akash Nandi and Alex Liang get the trophy for 3rd position in the second race of the GT3 category 2026. Great to see the Lamborghini crew from Absolute Racing on the podium. I wouldn't mess around with that too much, you know. It might just go off early. I certainly wouldn't put your mouth to it. If that cork releases, you're going to feel that for about a fortnight. Handshakes for Bailey Hall and Mike Zhou of the Climax Racing team. So nearly a victory. 1.221 more seconds gained, and they would have won it. But the victory for the 2nd time in as many days in the GT3 category, and it is Mr. Liu Jun, the CEO of Xiaomi, who presents the winning trophy to Andy Deng and Bob Yuan. What a special moment for them. And also a handshake for young Andrew Yuan. Don't you just love this sport? It's not just about racing. It's about building an amazing community. And there is the 20,000 Chinese yuan bonus from Milwaukee to hand over to the winning crew. If I was them, I'd already got one of those yesterday. I'd have given it to the son. Don't spend it all on Lego, mate. Of course he will. So the fabulous podium ceremony then in the GT3 category. Win Here Origin Porsche, Climax Racing Mercedes, and Absolute Racing Lamborghini. Now you can have some fun, because it really is time to get busy with the fizzy in Shanghai. 2 out of 2 for the Origin Porsche squad. Wonderful scenes here in fantastic fashion. Great, great stuff. A brilliant result and a fantastic end to a great day of motorsport. They'll be very happy indeed with that. Well, we enjoyed that one, and there's more where that came from, of course, 5 weeks' time at Ningbo. I'm sure you're as excited as I am. Bailey Hall throwing the cork to somebody down in the pit. pit lane. The crowd are going to get treated to one more race before they go home as well, the F4 China Championship. Sadly, we don't get to see that, but they will be on the Chinese television networks. If you have access to them, do please tune in. I'm hoping for a quadruple victory for my dear friend Kimi Chan, and I'm also hoping for another podium for Tidu Shiwei. She did a fantastic job yesterday, the F1 Academy wildcard from China 2025 and 2026. Hopefully she comes up with another strong podium. So now it's time to welcome the teams in the international podium. Lorenzo Patrese and Lin Yu for the 5th AAI Ferrari, 3rd position. Next up, Chris Chia and Enzo Trulli, 2nd position in the international class for the Phantom Global Racing team. But on the top spot, it is Zhou Huang and Bailey Hall, the international winners. Great result. Fantastic weekend for Bailey Hall. And I hope that all of the Aussie fans will look back on this weekend, see what this boy can do. First time in Shanghai, first time in the Mercedes GT3, and think, hang on a minute, we've got something special here. He'll certainly go back to Australia with a lot more good ingredients to take into the Supercars and Super 2 campaigns he's doing this year. Let's hope he has another fantastic run. So Andrea from Pirelli Asia makes his way to the podium to give the trophy to Enzo Trulli and Chris Chia. Very nice indeed. And out onto the circuit. We've seen some fantastic battles from the international crews, but it's a win in the international trophy for Bailey Hall and Mike Zhou. So we'll find out what happens at Ningbo when they get back together again. Hopefully it's going to be a race full of victories for Bailey Hall this year. And of course, we're just getting started with the magic of Enzo Trulli and Lorenzo Patrese. Great to see them on the rostrum in the first weekend. But once again, time to celebrate in style. Wonderful work from Bailey Hall, Enzo Trulli and Lorenzo Patrese, who did not take long at all to get used to life at the front in China GT. Very excited to see what they can do over the body of the season, but certainly all signs are good for a lot of silverware this year. So that's the Pro-Am podium, the international podium. Now we'll have the national podium for the crews that have 2 drivers from China. The international crews, of course, the teams with 1 driver from China and 1 driver from overseas. So that'll be where our focus goes to for the national podium. And obviously we've got to take the time to say thank you to all of you watching home. From wherever you have been watching from around the world, you've been treated to some fantastic world-class motorsport here at Xiaomi China GT, whether you've been watching from North or South America, from across Europe, from across Africa, and from across the Asian Peninsula and the Pacific regions as well. Great to have your company. I'm going to miss you guys at round 2. And so to the podium, the Chinese crews. First of all, it is Jason Gu and Martin Xi, who come home in 3rd position in the Origin Porsche number 55. And so to the podium for Kitty Dong and Xiangmin Yang, the KRC BMW crew, 2nd in the national class. Great race from them. But of course, on the top spot, no major shocks or surprises here. Andy Dong and Bob Yuan, they're back. Is Andrew back as well? Well, Andy's here. Is Bob? Come on, Bob. Got to come back to the podium, mate. Yes, and he's brought Andrew with him as well. He really enjoys getting those bubbles sprayed, doesn't he? Dad, just let me do it once. Just once. Just once. Love him. Good lad. He'll be a great racing driver one day, I'm sure. So congratulations to the Origin crew number 55. keeping themselves together in third position.
I'll
tell you what, if Andrew's not going to be a great racing driver, he's going to be a fantastic boxer. Davide Gobi, General Manager of Top Speed Racing Events Limited, giving the trophies to the men in second position in the national class, Kitty Dong and Zhang Mengyang. And on the top step of the podium, great to welcome the team that has dominated the weekend here in the GT3 ranks. Lift the trophy for me, son. You can do that. I've done that. I don't want to do it again. I want to spray the bubbly stuff. You're too young, Andrew. You're too young, mate. Wonderful scenes here at Shanghai International. Great stuff. Wonderful motorsport. It was always going to be great excitement in the first round of the China GT Championship. We were not wrong. And so we celebrate in fantastic style once again. Big spray of bubbly on cue. That's the national podium taken care of. Wonderful job. So a fantastic run all the way through. And a sensational battle. Sadly, we may not be able to stick around for the entirety of the last two podium ceremonies because, of course, we have F4 Chinese Championship about to go to the starting grid. We'll try our best to at least stick around for the AM Plus podium. That will be the victory for the Gaha racing team of Li Hanyu and Uziyang. But, of course, a busy calendar for China GT this year. Ningbo next month, July in Zhuhai, September back here in Shanghai, and in November, one of my favourite haunts in motorsport, Sepang in Malaysia. But there's more great action coming out of the Top Speed programme of motor races for next week. If you'd like to tune into some more fantastic motorsport, come and join us at Sepang in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia, because we have the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia taking place next week. I'll be there for that. Love going back to my second home in Southeast Asia. Love Malaysia. Wonderful place. So we've just about got time, I think, to see the beginning of the AM podium at the very least, if not the end of it, to confirm the performance of the drivers in the AM class. Great performance from the Apex Predator Ferrari, I think it is. They came through. No, sorry, it's not the Apex Predator crew in third place. It's the team from 610 Racing that came through for second position in the AM class, Han Jingfeng and Yang Xiaowei. And third position for the team from Climax, I believe it was. But a victory in fantastic fashion for the team from Dixel BMW, the 328, Li Hanyu and Uziyang. Fourth position, just off the podium for Melvin Mo and Wang Yibo in the 85 Una Motorsport Mercedes. Hubo comes through alongside his teammate to win the AM class. That's the difference between the AM class and the AM Pro, AM Plus class, I should say. So it was close. It was a tough one. It was actually Ron Huang and Kevin Chen, my apologies, in the Level Motorsports Mercedes number 15. They are the ones that come through in second place. Kevin Chen and Ron Huang. There they are in third in the Level Mercedes number 15. Second place, of course, for the 610 Racing Machine in second position. 610, Han Jingfeng and Yang Xiaowei. They finished second. And the winners, the 328 Gaha BMW of Li Hanyu and Uziyang. Next time, there will be a push for the podium, I'm sure, from the 85 Uno Mercedes crew of Melvin Mo and Wang Yibo. They fought back beautifully to fourth place in the second race of the weekend. Much better than yesterday. So they can be happy with that. As Andrea of Pirelli Asia hands the winning trophy to the winning AM team. That is Hubo, alongside his teammate Cao Ziquan. And that pretty much wraps it up for all of the action here at Shanghai International Circuit. The Masters podium we sadly don't have time to stick around with, but it was the Garfield Audi that got the victory there. The 68 crew from 33R Harmony of Jing Yanbin and Ray Wu. So Garfield is a quick race driver too. That's it for us here at Shanghai International Circuit. There's more action from the Xiaomi China GT Championship next month at Ningbo. I'll be out next weekend with Top Speed again for the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia in Kuala Lumpur next week. But from myself, Jake Sanson, from my buddy T down in pit lane, we're going to celebrate in style as we close out here at Shanghai International by getting busy with the fizzy one more time. Bye for now. It turns out we do have some time to stick around for the Masters because they've just told us that the race start has delayed. So that's fine for us. That means we've got time to have the Masters podium. So don't worry, folks. We will get to see the Garfield Audi on the top spot of the podium after all. That's good news. So an opportunity then for the Masters teams to make their way to the podium then. Third position in the Masters category is going to be the 510, unfortunately, for Johnson Huang, the 610 Racing Audi from Chinese Taipei, the 51-year-old. He's sadly going to be alone on the podium. Oh, my apologies. No, he managed to finish second in the end. I do apologise. So he got second in the Masters race. That means that the Masters race podium for third position actually goes to Xiaomin and Wang Wencheng. There is Johnson Huang, who was alone in the 610 racing car. And so, to the top spot, it will be a fabulous victory for the 68 Harmony Audi. Brilliant run from them. The Garfield Audi, 33R Harmony Audi of Zheng Yanbin and Rui Wu comes through to take the victory. So the Garfield Ferrari no longer, but the Garfield Audi just as quick and able to win in 2026. So the fifth and final podium plays out then here at Shanghai International. Apologies for the abrupt closing, but we are able to finish off with the fifth and final podium after all. So that is the positive. You get me for just a little bit longer to talk you through this final podium. And so we now focus on the action from Ningbo, the second round of the championship. It'll be an interesting one as they continue to battle away. Next time out in Ningbo, the second round of the championship. Round 3 will be in July at Zhuhai, China's first permanent international race circuit. And then, of course, we'll be back here in Shanghai International on the first weekend of September. And then in November, the first weekend, we'll be at Sepang. That's where I'm going to be next week, again on top speed duty, where quite a few of the drivers here will actually be racing next week at Kuala Lumpur, the first round of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Championship. Everybody racing identical Lamborghinis, so it really does come down to driver skill. Everyone has the same machinery, and it really is magnificent racing. You want to tune in for that, I promise you. So one more time, we get busy with the fizzy here in China GT at Shanghai International Circuit. It's been a wonderful weekend, my first time to the circuit in person, and I want to say a massive shizhe to everyone here in China. You have been magnificent. I hope to come back soon, and we will see you when the next opportunity greets us. From me, Jake Sanson, from my colleague T down in pit lane, and from everybody from CTVS China, and everyone here at Top Speed, thank you so much indeed for watching. There will be more great action at the second round of the championship when the Xiaomi China GT Championship gets back underway at Ningbo in May. For me, Jake Sanson, it's goodbye, and a massive thank you for tuning in. We'll meet again as soon as possible. Bye for now.